416, good morning, Squawking 5230, 7,000 feet to flight level 170.
Saturday 416, good morning to you, radar contact. I'm flight level 172, report please.
Climbing to flight level 170, estimating 150 miles out at 0433, Victor Sierra Lima 0455, Saturday 416.
Saturday 416, that's
On the descent, cross right base at 0947. Airport takeoff runway 11, Turkish, journalist.
Saturday 416, good morning, Squawking 5230, 7,000 feet to flight level 170.
Saturday 416, good morning to you, radar contact. I'm flight level 172, report please.
Climbing to flight level 170, estimating 150 miles out at 0433, Victor Sierra Lima 0455, Saturday 416.
Saturday 416, that's cut.
On the descent, cross right base at 0947. Airport takeoff runway 11, Turkish, journalist.
Hello. Hello. Right, let's see. Cargo Pilot and Fischkopf. Moin, wie geht's euch? MAN, schön dich zu sehen. Und Eisi, tut mir leid zu hören, dass du gleich schon wieder weg musst. Ja, schade, dass du diesen Event verpasst. Voyager, moin. Avimar, hello. Nana, hello. Felix sagt hello. Subus, hello. Oh, du gehst ins Stadion. Nice, ja. Yeah. Die Bundesliga hat angefangen. Ja, Sven, ein schönes Match. Ich hoffe, das Wetter spielt mit. Yeah, so, welcome to Entebbe. Is it pronounced Entebbe? I didn't really even check today. So, Entebbe. Let's see. Where's my Navigraph? There it is. There's already a question regarding flight time. Flight time is there's a loud alert. Oh my god, hang on. I didn't hear that. Why didn't I hear the alert, for crying out loud? Hold on. Oh, maybe that's why. That was loud? I'm sorry. Hey Claudia, wie geht's? I'm sorry, yeah, I need to. So what's that? Thanks so much for the 5 gifted subs. That's really, really kind. Thank you so much. Let me give a round of applause for that. Vielen Dank. I'm not hearing that either. Why am I not hearing the sounds? Hang on. Oh. I have the same issue now.
Now that's how pros do it.
Ah. You hear it, okay. Honestly, it's one of those days again regarding updates from Windows, and then suddenly I don't hear a thing. Hang on. Let me see what's happening here. Settings, audio. It is there. We had the issue not too long ago. Chat would remind me that's... And Voyager. Hang on. Why am I not hearing it? Hold on. Let me see. Let me make sure that I hear at least something here. Hold on. Hang on. Something's... Give me a second. Sounds. It's a good thing we start early today, and that way we have a chance to fix things. Rear mic. Voyager, vielen Dank. I can see the message here. Voyager, vielen Dank. Also gifting 5 subs. So those that have been gifted by Savusa and by Voyager, please say a big thank you to them. Voyager, vielen Dank. And Nanak 33 also coming with 68 months. Is it very loud? Hang on. Okay, I can change that. Give me a second. Yeah, so remember guys, I had to fix the Streamlabs sound alerts. And is it all the alerts, or is it just the gifted subs alerts?
This is a subscription test.
That's a test. I'm going to dial them down, okay, and then you can tell me if they do get better now. Let me just see. I'm just going to dial down.
This is a subscription test.
And then it should
this is a
get better.
This is a subscription test.
Okay. The other issue I have right now is I don't hear anything regarding aircraft. I don't have any sounds, which is quite weird. Let's see. now it's fine. Oh, and oh no, hang on. Let me just check my other headset here. Hang on. No, this is dead as well. Audio need help. Yeah. Thank you so much as well to MAN gifting another 5 subs. MAN, vielen Dank. I need to try to reset that yet again. Now, how do I restart audio drivers? Greetings to Mauritius. How do I restart? Let me see. I may just unplug and plug in back the so task manager. No, I'm gonna start it. Not this one. Okay, the volume is good. Thanks for the feedback. I appreciate that very much. Now let me have a look here. So I need to go here. Task device manager. Device manager. Then I need to go to my sound. Disable and then re-enable. Hold on. Yeah, guys, I may have to restart my. Give me a second. I'm just gonna unplug and replug the headset, and then maybe hopefully that works. If not, I'd have to restart the PC if that doesn't work. Give me a second. I'm afraid I'm going to have to restart the whole stream. I will restart my PC again because I have no sounds on my headset whatsoever. Is there any other option that I have? Okay. I have a... Weird, so I've got my... Oh, hang on. Hold on. Yeah, hold on. Ah, I've got sound. Hang on. I've got sound. I hear that now. Thank God for that. I was just really last resort. I was just thinking last resort will be, yeah, saved. It will be restart everything. Okay. Anyways, once again, we have another gift, 5 gift from Aviamar as well. Guys, thank you so much for your amazing generosity. So, Voyager. Oh, and Stormy, hang on. I'm getting all confused here. So, Silverwater, first of all, the 5 gifted. Then we had Voyager with the 5 gifted. Then we had MAN with the 5 gifted. Then we had Stormy Flyer. Stormy Flyer, thank you as well to you. 5 gifted subs. And now Aviamar coming in with another 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much, everyone. That's really kind. And we haven't even taken off yet. We've just started. Once again, thank you so much, everyone. Bruno, hello to you. Right, okay, so what am I using? I'm going to use my my physical wind control MCDU that I have, which works, which is nice. And I have the autopilot panel, the FCU, that works, which is great. And I have a radio panel, so my A320 RMP actually works here as well. So blessed. And Cameling, hello. And Ghost, how are you doing? Nice to see you. And level 6 hype train, thank you so much again. Incredible, thank you. I've missed some subs. I hope I've got everyone now. I hope I've got everyone. Thank you so much. Right, where are we? We are in Entebbe. At least I think that's what it's called, Entebbe. We've got ATIS available. Let me just check. No ATIS available here. Oh, voice error. Oh no, voice server error. Let's reconnect. Yeah, connected to voice server. Is it too much again today with the servers? And Hunter, hello. Right, 18.1. I'm just gonna make sure that we hear the tower. Just to make sure I have everything correctly set. And ground 1219.
Airport 4529, are you ready for taxi?
Sorry, that's loud. Apologies. But we have contact. That's nice. All right, let's get going. We need to get the aircraft. Oh, and I could just see reserve brake steering. Oh no, something's broken again. Let's see. Can we fix things here? External services? No. Let's go to airplane. Failure control. Let me just reset all failures quickly. I don't think that could be a nuisance warning, but here in this add-on you never know. Ghost, thank you so much, gifting 2 subs as well. Ghost, thank you so much. So Killin and Baspap, please thank you to Ghost for those gifted subs. Choo, thank you so much, incredible. Right, that's gear and brakes failures, right? Let me just check, make sure that I don't have anything active here. And John coming in, John 3057, 46 months, that's a long time. John, thank you so much, welcome back. Right, I'm just cancel recall, and I don't see, oh yeah, it is reserve brake steering. Maybe that was one of the issues. Didn't have everything powered up. Right. I'm just going to get theoretical hydraulic clearance. Okay. I just want to see if we can clear that up. Yeah. Yeah, now it's gone. So maybe that had to do with the hydraulic being switched off. Alright, so let's do that back on. Okay, cool. That's done. No worries, Ghost. That's really generous of you. Ghost, thank you so much once again. And thank you to everyone that's supporting today as well. Incredible. Thank you so much. Right. So let me go to menu. Let's go to airplane, weight and balance. Let's fill that in from SimBrave. Let's optimize. And let's go back again. Loading page. And then let's load. Right. The only thing that's missing is was catering. Let me just go back to aircraft, ground services. Oh, it doesn't have that here. Right, let's go back again. Let's do onboard. So waiting for passenger bus, cargo loading, waiting for catering truck, waiting for fuel truck on the right one. Airplane is being fueled. Okay. As far as I'm concerned, it's all good. Yeah, very busy here today. And we can see here the Lake Victoria, which we will cross on our departure route. Excellent. All right, let's check the ATIS quickly. We have information Bravo, 170 degrees, 14 knots, 10 kilometers. QNH 1018. 1018 and 27 degrees. Nice. Okay, cool. So let's go and get our routing stuff. So let's go to route. Let's do route request. And so Nomad piloting, you asking, you have a technical interview with the ATAT Airways and one time. System is my weakest area. Do you have any advice on how I can approach and study systems? Honestly, look at some YouTube videos. So I would go, maybe with 737 at A320. I think that will give you a very fast overview regarding those technical systems. Anything regarding written kind of summaries, it's just too hard to comprehend in that time frame. So it will be best to literally just go and just watch some videos. And I would concentrate on hydraulics, pneumatics, bleed system, electrics. So those will be, I think the most. What was that? Hang on, what was that ding dong? I can't. I have no idea where that came from. Oh, FMC. Hang on, FMC. Oh, that's because of that thing here. Performance inlet. Let's reject that, and then we'll do the rest in a minute. Oh, that was. No, that was from X-Pilot, Bruno, thank you, exactly. So they're writing, all voice issues have been resolved. Pilots may need to disconnect and reconnect in order to restore voice, yeah. Let me just do something here quickly. Just need to get this one up a bit. Hold on. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, my personal study method is I go and do summaries. So I would go into my documents, and then I would do summaries for hydraulics, for electrics, you name it, and that way, didn't I publish something on my Discord the other day? Some time ago regarding electrics of the 787. And there you kind of get the idea on how I do that. Right, what's the time? How much time? We've got an hour left. Okay. I was getting worried that we're going to be a bit hard pressed on time. So our CTOT is at 1450. 1450. So we have pretty much... Oh, the time is not exactly right, is it? 50? No, that's... Yeah, we got to be careful with the countdown there. Let me change that this way. And then, hold on. Hold on. Let me make sure that we've got the right time. There we go, 43 minutes. Yeah, that's better, because that's when the slot starts. That's the window. So we have 15-minute time window. So the CTOT time is at 1450, but that's 5 minutes prior and 10 after, I think. All right, so somewhere there. Anyways, roughly 50 minutes, and then we have to be ready. Good. Let me have a quick look here. So I'm going to go to index. Let's go route. So we have a good, although let's check the database quickly. Ident. So database until the 6th of September. No, it's the 3rd of September. So that's still valid. That's good. Posit init we've done. So then we're going to go to route. And I'm going to go to departure arrival. Departure. 17, and that will give us the APNAT to Bravo, which will enter. Then back to route, next page. So this routing was given to me by VATSIM for today's flight. I hope it's not a problem. So initially I had the call sign, because I didn't know exactly what livery I'd be flying. I had just Windmill 711 in there, but now I'm obviously Ethiopian, because they have 777s in their fleet, because I know you guys give me heat for not flying proper aircraft. So hopefully that is not an issue. If it is, we're going to have to go change the call sign, but that should be fine. Amen. Thank you so much. So guys, once again, thank you so much for the awesome support and that hype train. Thank you very much. Maybe I can do that as well. Oh, a treasure. Nice. There we go. Thank you. Arrival into Cape Town. Now, weather. So the weather, so you can see here is fine. We do have some SIGMETs. So there are some SIGMETs regarding mountain waves, regarding severe turbulence, regarding severe turbulence, mountain waves. Yeah, so we'll see. Yeah, here good weather. We've got Cape Town, light rain. That was at 12 UTC, so I'm going to check again in a minute what the weather is down there. Forecast is okay. Southerly winds, so we'll be runway 19 as expected, and Uppington, that's our alternate. It's a bit windy there, but that's head on. So 35, I think is the runway there, so that should be fine. Let me just quickly check here. So yeah, 35 it is. And they have a long runway there. 4,900 meters, crazy. 60 meter wide. So we can definitely land there. So here, let me get my SID chart out. To Bravo. Yeah, pretty much straightforward departure route. Well, we're going to get the clearance in a minute anyhow. And then arrival. Now the NOTAM says that there is no star AirDAS available. So that's been there for quite some time. Hey, hello. For a very long time. So I would expect AirDAS either holding or radar vectors. I think the last time we got a clearance direct to the field, direct to Cape Town VOR, and then at some point we got some radar vectors. I think that was what we had. Alrighty, so let's go to, let's just check the routing here. So we have Uniform Golf 656 to Mike Bravo, Uniform Papa 312 to Okmux. Then we have direct Utruk, direct Ragul. And then we have Uniform Quebec 10 Dumdo, and then Uniform Zulu 26 AirDAS. Right, and then arrival, we'll take the Zulu ILS-19. Now we're not going to take an arrival. I'm just going to take initial A transition there, and that will look like this. So we'll take plan mode there. Execute. Let me just skip back. Yeah. So obviously it does have a discontinuity, which I will close. So it's from AirDAS, direct Charlie Tango Victor, and then yeah, here it has a procedure turn and a standard approach. Again, I expect some radar vectors there, but we'll leave that as is. We just have to be ready for the fact that the top descent will show a bit different to what we may calculate. So we may have to descend a bit earlier. Good. Let's see how the loading is progressing. Airplane is being fueled. Passengers are boarding. Depart boarding as well. So we have 35 tons almost. Here's a passenger bus. Cool. And we need how much fuel? We need roughly about 46.1 or 2. So still fueling. But that's fine. Oh yeah, and otherwise I can tell you that we have a bit of extra fuel just in case we have to fly holding. I don't expect much delay, if anything. But there's one thing though, and that is we're unlikely to make Charlie 1 turn off when we land. And the next one is at the end of the runway. So yeah, it takes aircraft a bit longer to vacate. So that's the only downside. Cool. Right, let me have a quick look if we have CPDLC. We don't. And how much time? 36 minutes. Yeah, I think we're going to fetch the clearance in a minute. So we have information. Bravo is, yeah, alright. So ground is 119. And let me see again if I can catch the 80s via voice.
Leipzig A320, shall we try again to contact tower?
Oh, and Svenja, I'm not sure if you're still watching, Svenja. That's your clip there, thank you.
Okay, switching to 118.1.
Right.
Ethiopian 339, confirm your taxi instruction.
Repeat taxi please, Ethiopian 339.
Ethiopian 339, taxi by Delta, Ultra Alpha 4, runway 17.
Taxi via Delta, hold short Alpha 4, Ethiopia 339.
And ground DHL 967 ready for pushback and startup.
DHL 967, stand by on number 3 for push and start.
Battery stand up. 967.
Entebbe ground, good afternoon from Ethiopian 711 Heavy. Information Bravo requesting clearance.
Ethiopia 711, you are cleared to destination by the APNAT Bravo departure, climb initially 11,000 and walk 2306.
Ethiopian 711 Heavy is cleared to Cape Town via the APNAT 2 Bravo departure, initial climb 11,000 and squawk 2306.
Ethiopian 711, confirm 2306.
Sorry, last transmission was blocked for Ethiopian 711.
Ethiopian 711, confirm squawk is 2303.
Okay, hard to reach 2303 to confirm.
Ethiopian 711, April.
Okay, 2303 on the squawk, thank you.
Ethiopian 711, feedback is correct. Call me next for push and start.
Wilco, Ethiopian 711. Hey, leader.
With 1 Yankee Bravo, push and start is approved at facing north, QNH 1018.
Alrighty.
Facing north, QNH 1018.
So we have the clearance. So it's the APNAT 2 Bravo departure as expected, climbing 11,000. And the squawk 2303 in the end. Alrighty. So let's wait for the rest of the... It's just the aircraft's not completely fueled just yet. Taking a long time, isn't it? But we can fill out a few things here in the box. Hey, Nanok!
My gosh, finally back. Wasn't free since June because of exams,
Oh, no.
and then I was busy all summer. Hope y'all are good.
Nanok, thank you so much for the almost 2 years of support. Yeah, okay, I'm sorry that they're so busy, but how did the exams go? I hope everything went well and doing well. And so if you heard 2306 as well. Yeah, I was pretty sure it was 2306, but hey, you never know. Okay, so Avimar.
No better way to enjoy Saturday than watch BB do a long-haul flight BB711 beloved.
Wow, that's a tier 3 Avimar. Thank you so much, Avimar. Not only gifting subs today, but also a tier 3 resub. Avimar, thank you so much. Yeah, we've got lots of things to talk about, obviously. I'm sure that most of you saw my video regarding the Vietnam Airlines flight from Munich and the accident there. But it's not the typical, speculation video. It's more about how I would take such an accident or incident and go through it and try to learn myself from it. Like, okay, what would I have done? Do kind of chair flying, right? So think of it, and try to feel the emotions you may have, and then what procedures are you probably following, etc., etc. So that's the whole idea with the video, which we received some good feedback. So I have some other topics as well that I want to cover in the future. So yeah, more videos to come. Nick, hello. Right, so that's the taxi out, Delta, Alpha 4, and then holding short 1-2. And then we are going to be on the APNAT 2 Bravo. Now let me have a look here on the progress. Alright, let's go and put in November here manually, so it doesn't change over automatically. And there's an ANAF coded departure. Transition is in 12,000, and it is just climb towards Echo November 403, and then Sugot to APNAT. Oh, really? They ruined the GPWS sounds. Okay. Right. 6,000 is the MSA, but we're flying over the Lake Victoria, so there's no high terrain there really. which is good. Otherwise, I'm going to enter the reserves, which is 8.7. So 8.7. And the zero fuel weight, we'll put that in a minute regarding our final load sheet. The cruise level is initially 380 with a step climb in between. And again, the flight time is 5 hours 20. Right, this was here. Let's load the wind data, execute, and also let's go descent forecast. Right, descent forecast load. Excellent. Alright, so we have the winds in. We have a bit of headwind today, unfortunately. Cost index is 160. That's a high cost index, but that's typical for a heavy jet. So 747, 777, they often have, especially when they have headwind. And we can see that here, the average wind component minus 30. So that's when you have the higher cost indices. Cool. Right, the rest will wait for a minute, and then we're going to go and look at our calculation. Now I need to get one more thing though. I need to get my my iPad so I can do the performance calculations. Give me a second. Again, fantastic. Oh, so the ground control is having issues again with the audio. It's writing all stations. My audio has gone offline. Stand by. All right. Good. 46.3. Oh, right, there we go. We've finished fueling as well, which means here we have the load sheet. Let's put that to the window frame here. And there we go. And I can see 46 tons of, well, 46.3. So 46 for takeoff, I guess. Well, no, hang on. It says takeoff fuel 45.8. All right. Zero fuel weight is 171.5, so I'm going to enter that as well in the FMS. So currently I have 217.8 as a takeoff weight. The taxi out isn't that long, so we'll calculate with 217.6, I think. I think that would be a wise thing to do. Right, so let me show you now my calculator via airplane. So I'm to change the aircraft type, 777, 200ER with we've got GE engines. Melanie, hello. So we have GE engines. Okay, so let's see, airplane. There we go. So I'm going to use that tool here because it does have a nice overlay regarding the stop margins and so on. Oh no, you're joking. Okay, so we have but we can save the state, can't we? Yeah, give me a second. No, here it says Pratt & Whitney's even. We'll take the Pratt & Whitneys. And let me just recalculate the fuel, just in case there is a big difference in the fuel flow. There shouldn't be. Yeah, I can't restart the aircraft because then I have to re-enter everything and we have to get going. We've got a slot starting in 24 minutes. So it says fuel burn 32.655. 32.6. Yeah, that's pretty much the same. Yeah, so there's no big difference there. All I'm going to do, I'm going to go import the sim brief here so that I have the fuel values that are matching up. So now we do have the Pratt & Whitneys for that. Hey, it's a difficult job. Right, anyway, so let's change that then. Let's see about the aircraft type, 777. And then let's do the Pratt & Whitney trends. It does not. So we only have GEs or all right. Let's go with the trends, shall we? They should have similar values, but we're going to calculate them again with the FlightFactor performance calculator here. So we also have this calculator here. So there's a good way to compare the values, anyways. So let's do that. 17. Full length, condition dry. The current wind. Information Charlie is 180 at 13. I'm just going to enter 180 at 5, just for a little credit. Temperature 27. I'm going to enter 28 just in case it does get a bit warmer, and the QNH is officially 1017. I'm going to enter 1016 just in case it drops a little bit. The takeoff weight, we did say it's going to be 217.6, 217,600, and the center of gravity is 37. We'll do. Let's do takeoff, assume temperature. That's the only thing I don't understand why it doesn't give us official data here. Let's do flaps 5 and engine anti-ice off. Right. Hey Enzo. Good. So these are the values that the aircraft gives us here, that the inbuilt performance calculator. Now, I don't expect too big a differences if we use this one here. So we'll take runway 17. And again, we'll take 180 at 5. Temperature is, we'll take 28. And that was 1016. And we'll take optimum rating. Optimum flaps, air conditioning on, anti-ice off. Initially, I'll leave the improved climb calculation no, to see if it matches up somehow with the values that we have here in game. So 217,600, and the MAC is 37. All right, let's see what we have here. The trim, it says 1.75. Interesting. So here my calculator, it gives us trim 2.9 and a selected temperature of 38, and it does give 10%. So it would go DTO. What do you mean with wrong wind? Yeah, because, okay, so let's say Aviemar, you calculating with 180 at 13 knots. Then you taxi out, and then the wind is 180 at 6. Then theoretically you would have to recalculate because you've calculated with a stronger headwind component. So that's why IRL as well. Pilots normally don't take in the full wind value. They only take in, like a little bit headwind, or they even sometimes put in no wind in that calculation. Right. So apart from that, so here we got flaps 5 as well. Obstacle limit. It gives us an EPR of 1.38. Let me see if I do that here with the TO1 and assumed is 38. So let's do that. 38. Flap 5. Let's see what we get now. So we get. It's not too bad. So here on the external calculator, we get 144, 146, 149, and on the EPR it says 1.544, but that could be engine related. And then we have pretty similar values. Now what I want to show though is regarding the D-rate 10% it said, and then reject. You could do some visualization here regarding if you reject at 80 knots there is no ground cooling minimum time. If you reject at 100 knots you would have 36-minute ground cooling time because this aircraft does not have brake fans. And if you reject at pretty much V1 speed, so 144 knots, it's in a caution range. So then you would really have to be careful regarding the ground cooling. Let me go into the runway graphics, and so we can see in this configuration with the assumed temperature method, it still gives us a stop margin of 805 meters. Also interesting is the accelerate go distance, which has a 15% additional on that. So I would expect to lift off with these power settings after around about 2,300, between 2,300 and 2,400 meters down the runway, and we have 3,655 meters available. So that's plenty of runway available. So I would be pretty happy to use to use the 10%, so D-rate 10% and then assume 38 degrees. I would be happy with that. So let's do that. There we go. Fantastic. Okay. Cool. Right, so we're going to enter these values then. So I'm going to go to thrust limit. So we have DTO minus 10%, and then assumed temperature was 38 degrees C. Oh no, sorry. No, that's so Aviemar, no worries. So the reason, I guess I never explained it in great detail why, I would normally enter a little bit less wind for the calculations is if you enter 180 degrees, 13 knots, so exactly the wind the ATIS gives you, and then remember, it's just a snapshot when they make the ATIS. In the meantime, the wind could change, so it could be stronger, it could be less strong, it could be less. So you taxi out, and then you find out, get takeoff clearance, and the tower says wind 180 at 5. Then what? Theoretically, legally, you would have to recalculate the performance values. So that's why That's why normally I would always enter a little bit less wind. In the end, the performance calculation, by the way, here's some insights. The performance calculators, if you have a headwind component, they only take into account 50% of the headwind. So if it's 10 knots, they would only calculate with 5 knots headwind component. So theoretically, you could argue if the wind is 180 at 6 knots, it would still be covered by your calculations, right? The tailwind, however, is 150%. It's hey Toto. It's one detailed simmers don't grasp. Right, a tower gives you a different reading. Yeah. Then hopefully they will understand at some point. Yeah, Paul, exactly right, and that's what you would do at IRL as well. So good. So the speeds. So we have 37, 38, D201, 37%, and that's 146. VR is at 149, and then we have V2 at 153. Right, a quick recap again regarding performance. So I made a video which is very kind of technical in the sense to understand the improved climb calculation. What I would try to explain is why the 787, as an example, has a very long takeoff distance generally, unless it's a very light aircraft. But normally, if it goes on a 10-hour flight, the aircraft normally would take up at least about 3,000 meters, if it has that available, obviously. But let's say you have a runway that's 3,500 meters, or even 4,000, like you have in Munich. The calculator allows you to optimize your takeoff thrust to such an incredible level of detail. So not only do you get like, minus 10 or minus 20% B rates, you also have then the option to go assume temperature on top of that to kind of fine tune that even more. And then if you have stop margin available, like we have here, 800 meter stop margin, what you can do, you can trade some of that stop margin into higher V1, VR and V2 speeds to improve your climb out, because we are obstacle limited. So we are limited with the takeoff weight because of the obstacles in our takeoff departure, engine out departure. Okay, so you can trade by going improved climb, yes, calculate that, and then what's happening? You're going to have a higher V1, VR, V2 speed because we have enough stop margin today, and that means we lift off later, but we're climbing with a higher rate. So let's see, let's calculate that. Okay, now it's doing that. Okay, maybe it's not working here with the improved climb. For the 787 it did work, but okay, leave that. But that's the theory behind it. Here it doesn't work apparently with the 777. But that's no problem. Alrighty, how much time? We've got 13 minutes to go. Time to check the last settings here. So 153. Why did that switch off my parking brake? Excuse me. Oh, you got to be kidding me. Lol, that applies the brakes. No way. Oh no, hang on. Let's go that. Ignore, next. Alright, let's see if we can ignore that axis. Hold on. Why does that apply the brakes? That's so weird. Okay, so I have to dial the speeds this way, and that's why we get the reserve brake steering. I guess it depletes the acupressure. Alrighty. Yeah, that makes sense now. Okay, anyways. We'll take LNAV, VNAV. Heading altitude all set, and then let's check the oxygen. We already briefed everything. So we're good for the first checklist. Pre-flight checklist. Oxygen tested 100%. Flight instrument, we've got heading 081, makes sense. And the altimeter is 1017 according to latest ATIS. And 1017 is set 3 times. At 3,750 feet, that's all good. Park and brake set, that's the checklist complete. Alright, let's see if the ground has his audio issues. Yeah, I did that earlier as well. Yeah, it's already done that once. Yeah, good point. So we'll little trick. Start the APU.
From Penguin 3 to November, stand 50 with Charlie, request startup.
Here I hope that they increase the resolution once 12.4.4 comes out.
Penguin 3 November,
We will report ready for taxi, so can you confirm pushback is okay for Speedbird? Sorry, Penguin 3 to November.
Penguin 3 November, Roger, push and start in approved, QNH 10.
Well, we'll have to see. Cool.
Push and start approved, QNH 1017, and we'll call you ready for taxi, Penguin 3 to November.
Kenya 421, we're ready for push and start.
Still power disconnected. Let's get all the doors closed and let's get ready for pushback. Slot starts in 10 minutes.
face north, push and start approved, Kenya 421, thanks.
Yeah, good on time. Menu. Ground services.
Airport 003, contact tower on 118 decimal 1 by
That's all done. Cool.
118 decimal 1 by line, yes, fancy.
Let's close all the doors. Doors. Let's check the doors. Status. Everything automatic, everything closed. Fantastic. Alright, let's do the before start items. Fuel pumps on. That is already good. Beacon coming on. Let's get the transponder on. No Charlie checked. That is all good. And a recall check. Yeah, and done TPS off as it should be. Then we shall read the before start checklist. Cockpit door. Alright, so seatbelts. Seatbelt signs are on. Doors and windows closed and locked. MCP V2153 heading 171, altitude 11,000. Takeoff speeds V1146, VR149, V2153. CD pre-flight is completed. Trim should be 1.7500. And taxi takeoff briefing completed. That's the before start checklist completed. Entebbe ground, Ethiopian 711 heavy stand. Let's see, should be 4 or 5. Stand 5, I think. Requesting pushback. And this is about 8.
You can turn on 1 stand by.
Stand 9 or 10 even. Oh yeah, I spawned in at 3, but then I had to. Oops.
Entebbe ground, good afternoon, Air France 2257, Airbus 321 Neo.
Position myself here.
Gate 6 information, Charlie, request IFR clearance to Nairobi.
Hang on, fish cup. Is there a report out already? Oh no, so. And now we have a reasoning.
Ground to cockpit. Please show me where you want to go.
Aircraft quality again.
Ground to cockpit. Tow is driving up.
So now I get it. I thought the report is out. But now I get it because of the MCP, yeah. Well, who knows what the reason is. That was another thing with the video that I made. There's a couple of people that came in and said, yeah.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect.
Yeah, so he's blocking me at the moment.
Entebbe ground, Air France 2257, do you read me?
And
2257,
Requesting IFR clearance to Nairobi gate
so
6,
they were
information
arguing
Charlie, Air France
and saying,
2257.
yeah, but the pilots, they had, you know, there was a 2-second deceleration before we won. They should have aborted the takeoff. And I said, well, where do you get the info? And so they're quoting either Broncolirio
Clear
or
to
Captain
Nairobi,
Steve.
Basan to Bravo, departure, climb initially.
Tow connected and bypassed and inserted. Release
but
parking brake.
They did something they shouldn't have done. They were quoting a news outlet
Scope
which
2363, Air France 2257.
which said that apparently the Civil Aviation Authority in Vietnam
Go Air France 2257.
made a report
Ground,
to the ministry,
Kenya 421 requesting taxi
the
runway
Ministry
17.
of Transportation in Vietnam, claiming that the pilot, the captain, said something like
Roger,
the acceleration stopped like for 2 seconds before we won.
US to hold short runway 12.
And so there's no official report. I checked several times. There is no official report. And but everybody's quoting it.
Roger, taxi
Right,
via
and they are
Alpha
already
and hold runway
claiming
at
and already
L4 and
blaming the
runway 17,
pilots, the
Kenya
captain, for not aborting the takeoff, even though there's no official report out. And that's what I've always said. You know, just keep quiet, just shut up until you get the first official report. It only takes 4 weeks. What's so difficult about just keeping your feet still for 4 weeks until you get the first official report, and then make all the videos you want, but have those videos based on fact and not on pure speculation. Right, he's taxiing off. We should be ready to go in a minute.
Kenya 421, can we cross runway 12?
Kenya 421,
Yeah.
contact.
I mean, in the end, Bruno, that's exactly the thing, right? Less views, less clicks, less
Morning,
money.
Decimal 1, thanks for the help tonight. See you soon.
Apron, Penguin 32 November, request a taxi.
Penguin 32 November, taxi via Charlie 1, Bravo, Alpha 3, hold short runway 17.
Penguin 32 November, we require full length.
Penguin 32 November, Roger, taxi via Charlie 1, Bravo, Alpha 3,
Wow,
Delta,
almost Christmas.
hold short
It
Alpha
is.
4, runway 17.
It is, Yoda. Thank you so much, Yoda. And Yoda, thanks for all the interesting
Bravo,
insights.
Delta hold short Alpha 4 runway 17, Penguin 3 to November.
It is almost Christmas. Well, that slot started, isn't it?
you are cleared to Johannesburg via
Oh no, it's clearance.
up, not 2 Bravo departure. Climb initially 1000 and squawk C360.
Clear to Johannesburg via the Abna Super departure, initially climb 110, squawk 2360, requesting 710.
The 710 feedback is correct. Call me next option stop.
We'll go for push circuit 710.
And Ethiopian 711 Heavy requesting pushback.
Ethiopian 711, push and start is approved, facing north, unit 101.
Starting pushback.
Okay,
And you may start engine.
7 push start approved facing north, Ethiopian 711 Heavy.
Entebbe ground, Caleb 71 Whiskey Heavy, request IFR clearance to Amsterdam with Charlie.
KLM 71 Whiskey, you are cleared to Amsterdam. Standby for departure.
Right, done everything.
KLM 71 Whiskey, you are cleared to
Let's go
Amsterdam
engine page.
via the airway. Climb initially.
And then,
1000 and walk.
don't know, let's do engine 1 first.
Clear to Amsterdam direct, the Alpha Whiskey 325 airway, initial climb 1000.
Did that F wrong? Yeah, it looks a bit lost, doesn't it?
71 Whiskey Heavy.
Right, so we got N2.
KLM 71 Whiskey, feedback is correct. Call me next option.
Call you back for push.
So I think the Trent, they have 3 shafts, right? That's a 747.
Ground Kenya 609, with information Charlie requesting push and start. Kenya 609.
Kenya 609, push and start is approved, facing north, QNH 1017.
Push and start approved, facing north and QNH 1017.
It's CSL, so Bluebird, CSL.
And ground, Caleb 71 Whiskey Heavy, request.
KLM 71 Whiskey, standby for push and start.
And we have oil temperature still low, but that's going to take a while. Let's start the right engine. That will take a while to heat up.
Operation complete. Set parking brake.
Kenya 20 Lima, stand 7 information charge.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
It is a short taxi.
Requested flight level, initial flight level 340.
Amazing on-time performance. Well,
Kenya 20 Lima.
we did start pretty early today.
Are cleared to Cape Town via the upland Bravo departure. Climb initially 1000.
Do you mean the
and walk to
elevation? I don't know.
Clear to Cape Town, Abna True Bravo. Initial climb 1000, squawk 2372, Kenya to Sierra Lima.
Kenya to Sierra Lima, feedback is correct. 4 minutes to push and start.
Let's go.
Apron Penguin 3 to November.
Tow is disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal on the right. Well, see you next time and have a safe flight.
Alrighty, so we have good engine start.
Penguin 3 to November,
AP off.
Thailand for
The rest is set.
aircraft, Style X-ray Bravo Bravo Romeo.
Let's do the before
Okay, Penguin 3 to November. In that case, we will continue taxi.
taxi flaps 5. That is on. We'll do a flight.
Ground Air
check.
from 461, Charlie Air, good
Yes,
carry
we
to
have
Nairobi.
full up, full down, neutral. Full left.
461, you're clear to now
Full right. Rudder. Full left. Full right. Neutral. Now, one thing I want to check quickly.
Passenger Bravo departure, terminal 110.
Yeah, so Delta.
237,
Front 41, confirm squawk is 2337.
2337, and front 41.
And so tower will change us over to the approach, which is 26.6. Right.
We'll go.
That was all clear. We'll leave the engine page open until we have adequate oil temperature.
Yeah, and 32 November, contact tower 18.
Nice engine sounds. Ethiopian 711 Heavy requesting taxi.
Ethiopian 711, taxi via Delta, hold short Alpha 4 runway 17.
Okay, Delta, hold short Alpha 4, runway 17, Ethiopian 711.
Air France 2257, request push and start.
Air France 2357, stand by, your number 2 for push and start.
Taxi lights.
Stand by, number 2, Air France 2257.
Straight lights off. There we go, turn off lights. Brakes are working, fantastic.
Practice 710, stand by for push and start.
Oh, what happened to that aircraft? Maybe that's a helicopter, not a 747. That's clear. Air VTOL 747, like what? That looks so strange.
Ethiopian 711, contact tower on 118.1, bye-bye.
18.1, thank you so much, Ethiopian 711, bye. So 18.1.
Final upward speed, Ethiopian 334.
So we need about 50 degrees Celsius on the engine. And so we have to tell them that we're not quite ready for departure yet. And that's 26.6 later.
Ethiopian 334, expect late landing clearance.
Already have somebody landing.
Expect landing clearance, Ethiopian 334.
Ethiopian 334, expect late landing clearance.
Late landing clearance, Ethiopian 334.
There he goes. Entebbe Tower, good afternoon. Ethiopian 711 Heavy. We'll hold short 17. We're not quite ready yet for departure. I'll call you when ready.
Ethiopian 711, tower, hello.
Yeah, I know, Toto. I mean, it's a freeway scenery, I think. So I'm just happy that there is some scenery out there. So here's Alpha 4. We'll hold short here. Okay.
Ethiopian 334, runway 17, clear to land.
Right,
Click around runway 17, Ethiopian 334.
Ah, beautiful. There he is.
Bravo Alpha November 32 November, contact Entebbe approach 126.6 per take.
Okay, we got engine now warmed up. The oil is warmed up. Let's do a for taxi checklist. Flight controls check. Ground equipment was clear. This. All right, then before takeoff checklist is complete. Ethiopian 711 Heavy is now ready for departure.
Ethiopian 711, line up runway 17.
Line up and wait to runway 17, Ethiopian 711. Alrighty. Strobe lights. Where's my strobe lights? There it is. And let's do the landing lights on as well. Fantastic. Okay. Approach sector is clear. Cabin crew, prepare for departure. Now we have enough runway available. Not too strict here, so no changes. Here's our departure routing.
Ethiopian 304 vacated runway 17 via Alpha.
Ethiopian 334, welcome to Entebbe, left on Bravo, contact ground 121.9.
Not the best lineup.
Left on Bravo, contact ground on 121.9. Ethiopian 334, bye bye.
I fear we may have to.
Ethiopian 711, wind 180 degrees, 12 knots, runway 17, cleared for takeoff.
Runway 17 clear takeoff, Ethiopian 718. Let's go! Thrust ref. Oh, there it is now, we got thrust set. $80 knots set. Yeah, good acceleration here. V1. V1. Careful not to get a tail strike. Was great. Thrust ref. Hell no, enough speed.
Ethiopian 711, contact Entebbe control 128.5, good day.
1285, good day. Ethiopian 711. 285. Here's climb power. Climb 1. Blimey. Is that engine failure or what is that? Climb 1. Heavy departure, good afternoon. Ethiopian 711 heavy, passing 5,300, climbing 1,000.
Ethiopian 711 heavy, Entebbe control, good day, climb flight level 380, ready contact.
Okay, climb level 380, Ethiopian 711. That's one. Speed checks.
Emirates 55 Victor, Entebbe control, good day, ready contact. You cleared the IMBIB to Alpha arrival into Entebbe. Descent
right, let's
now,
get climb power.
360.
There we go, that's what I call climb power. Flaps up. Let's check flaps up.
Entebbe control, Osprey 2472, maintain flight level 370.
Autopilot. Oh yeah.
Last station call, say again?
Yeah, climb 1 for 1 minute.
2472, I did make a couple of calls, but I couldn't hear, so I just put it to text away.
Osprey 2472, right, down.
Right, I'm going to have to dial down the sounds a bit. It's a bit loud, isn't it? Simulation. Sound. Still, is that loud for you still? For me it's okay, but I'm not sure if it's okay for you guys. That's better, isn't it? Yeah, I think that's better. I don't have to shout as much. I don't think we have noise cancelling headphones, no. Like, we have to read a checklist. After takeoff checklist complete. Nice. Oh, and we can get rid of that timer. We're on our way. Well, what we could do, we could make an ETA timer. So ETA is at 1831 Zulu. Pretty much 5 hours. Yeah, let's change that. So let's change that to 20. Let's see, 1831. Oh, wait, let's read that. 30. Is it 2230? No, it should be 2030. What's it? Okay. Let's see if that's correct. I'm not in real time? Oh, you're joking. Let me change that.
Airline 003, contact Nairobi Center 121.3. Goodbye.
You've got to be kidding me.
Yeah, like how did that happen? So it's 14.
Entebbe control, good day. Lufthansa cargo 206
58, isn't it? Yeah. Now we are in real time.
003, contact Nairobi Center 121.3. Goodbye.
So now we have 2000. Let's see if that's correct now.
Entebbe control, Lufthansa cargo 2406, radio check.
Right, let's get standard.
Emirates 55 Victor, direct IMTAD.
Standard set, cross-checked. Alright, speed is good, pitch is good. Let's get lights off here. And let's get the seatbelts auto.
Entebbe control, Saudi 340, flight level 370.
Kenya 421, contact Nairobi Center, now 121.3, goodbye.
121.3, Nairobi Center, goodbye.
Speedbird 32 November, contact Dar es Salaam 123.3, goodbye.
Yeah.
Speedbird 32 November, contact Dar es Salaam 123.3.
I am on yeah, the TAT. Yeah, and that's fuel temperature down here.
Kenya 609 passing 5,800 for 11,000. Kenya 609.
Oh, we are on further. That I did check.
609 Entebbe control, good day, ready contact, climb flight level 330.
Climb flight level 330, Kenya 609 up.
Okay, so let's see. Copy that. And then we can change that to ETA. ETA Cape Town, not Joburg, Cape Town. Let's see. ETA Cape Town. Okay, let's see. Look at that, 5 hours. There we go. Do you see? That's now where can we? Shall we leave that there? Yeah. Hey, Aviation Mike, how you doing? Right, cool. 380 been cleared to that already. Let's look at the optimum. Next page. So we have optimum is 366, max 396. All right. We'll take 38. Should be okay. Yeah, but that's normal. So here you would not have necessarily... Well, they call it Africa Central Control. Yeah. So they don't have radar.
Entebbe Control, Lufthansa Cargo 2406.
Thank you to Fighty. Thanks for the 47 rate. For the rate. Thank you so much. You're welcome.
Identified, maintain level 330. Maintaining 330.
Flying the 777 flight factor here on X-Plane.
Emirates 55 Victor, when ready, descend flight level 16.
Did you fly on the event as well, Fighty? Hey, Nate.
Captain, please start in flight service. I need coffee very badly. Tired face emoji. I just made the flight. Looking forward to it. Thanks as always for your wonderful streams.
Nate, thank you so much. Yeah, coffee has started. Service has started, so you should get coffee in a second. Thank you so much for your support, Nate. Big shout out to you. 37 months. And Fighty, what have you been doing? You've been sports commentator on... okay. You do the sports commentary. And so then he flew... Because of that, he flew Copenhagen, Innsbruck in the ICSEC. Nice. It's good to see, you know, a lot of people flying on X-Plane.
Go ahead.
Nanook, see you later. Thanks again. Thank you so much, Nanook.
Take this corner off for spread 247.
Spread 247 to stand by. If I spread 247.
Let's see. Now there shouldn't be any thunderstorms here, but I'm gonna nonetheless gonna have the weather radar running on my system. Star Miner, it could be. I don't know. Maybe.
Kenya 609, report the speed in the climb.
Quotenagner, yeah, exactly. So my intro video, you did see my last landing there in the intro. And my last departure as well.
Speed 215 knots, Kenya 609.
Victor, I confirm speed 215.
So it's quite interesting right now, looking at the VATSIM radar. Look at all the aircraft now. So right now, Cape Town is not busy at all. But now look at all the aircraft.
F1 225 terminal speed 240 knots or less in the climb.
Oh yeah, so just like in real life, somebody's asking regarding, you know, the control. So many of these countries don't have radar service. Right, that's what makes Africa very special still up to this day. But what it do offer very often is actually CPDLC service, which helps with the communications at least a little bit. So Alpha Fox Romeo Sierra, and then we have Alpha Fox Romeo Sierra 34575.
Passing 6,000 feet. I found 461, squawk 2337. 2337 is squawking aircraft 61.
I guess the only thing different here on VATSIM is that you don't do air-to-air reports. So you don't do the in-flight broadcast procedure.
France 461 is Kimo chartered.
Let's have a look at COM menu. Let's prepare for so it's Alpha Foxtrot Romeo Sierra, and then once we get into the flight information service,
Air France 461 recycle transponder squawk 3304. Affirm recycled 2TT. Say again the squawk for Air France 461. 3304.
I don't think so, Fortenag. I don't think they have ADSC. So the CPDLC is only there to give position reports, so written position reports, if you like. I don't think they use ADSC, but you can correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, Bruno, I don't think so either. So all they can do then is send you frequencies or different flight levels, let's say. And then you can also request maybe headings. But again, it's in the end, a lot of these areas are uncontrolled because they don't have radar. If you don't have radar, how is the controller supposed to control you? I mean, they could control via, just like over the Atlantic, via time separation. But in the end,
711 contact start alarm 123.3.
123.3 Ethiopian 711 heavy.
Giant 316 contact start alarm 123.3.
And radar Leipzig 9832, we are back in cockpit.
Break, Springbok 6617, contact Africa Control 129.075.
Does he have CPDLC? Oh, he does. Hotel Tango Delta Charlie. Nice, let's do that. I didn't realize he had that. Hotel...
Jerusalem, and 316 with you, that 30.
Yeah, that's true. VATSIM is a different matter, yeah. Dar es Salaam, good afternoon from Ethiopian 711 Heavy, passing 330, climbing 380.
Ethiopian 711 Dar es Salaam identified, flying flight level 380.
Number 10 over 380, Ethiopian 711 Heavy, thank you. Right, let's see if the log-on works.
Jerusalem, Jane 316.
Yeah, I did log on here.
Guy 316 Dar es Salaam identified, good evening.
But maybe it's not working because... Oh, it is! What? Flight plan not held. I did file the flight plan. I'm gonna try again. At the moment, we're still under control here. So Dar es Salaam does have radar, but then when we get to, let's see, when we get to the waypoint up call, so up call, that's when we change over to the flight information. Oh, I'm not. Hang on. What? Oh, I'm an idiot. Sorry. Of course. I know why. Yeah, I'd had to change them. Hold on. External services. Ah. thank you. I keep forgetting you have, not only do you have to connect yourself over there, but you also have to enter the, it doesn't take the call sign from the FMS. Alright, let's see if this works. Yeah, well, I don't know why they made it so complicated. I have no idea. Right. Now we got an outside air temperature. So, so Avimar, here you have the actual calculated outside temperature. You can't measure that because you're moving very fast through the air. But on the progress page, at least you get the SAT, the static air temperature. Right, we've got speed VNAV path. Yeah, so that's a big lake, but we are having landfall again. Now, one thing though, in my real world flying, I've literally only flown over Africa once in daytime. So normally our flight schedule from Frankfurt down to Johannesburg or Cape Town is through the night, down to South Africa and back again as well. It's literally like 70-80% of the flight time is in the dark. So you rarely, at least I rarely saw the beauty of mainland Africa. No, total air temperature can be measured. So there's a probe outside, which usually is aspirated, and that will sense the total air temperature as you're flying through the air. And then, depending on your, flight level, the other performance factors that you have in the FMS, then the sensors and the computers will calculate the static air temperature from that. Yeah, exactly. So the SAT can't be measured. No. Did a flight from north to south last year and explained so beautiful. Yeah, I can imagine. Hey Snark, how are you doing? Nice. Cool. Yeah, so just to comment again on the replies I got from my last video regarding the incident from the Vietnam Airlines. They were already blaming particularly the captain for not doing an RTO, even though it was obvious that they had a 2-second deceleration, or I had a phase of 2 seconds where the aircraft wasn't accelerating. And that apparently came from the captain reporting to the aviation authority in Vietnam, which isn't confirmed. And then apparently, again, rumors, apparently the Civil Aviation Authority reported internally to the Ministry of Transport in Vietnam.
Contact Africa Control
And
129.0.
then a news outlet in, I think it was India, they reported on this. So, unfortunately, there were a lot of videos out suddenly where apparently this was taken as fact. So they were saying it's a fact that the captain said this and this, which in my opinion is very unlikely, because normally that would be kept under wraps until the official report is out. Strictly speaking, the way ICAO handles these accidents is that there is usually the state that is primarily involved that does the lead investigation. In this case, it's the German BFU. They do the lead investigations, They are working together, of course, with Boeing. They're working together with Vietnam Aviation Authority and so on, and with Vietnam Airlines. However, usually only the investigating country and the investigating authority will report, no one else. Right? And hence, in my opinion, any other reports that you're hearing, any other kind of rumors, they have to be ignored until you get a final report. And so yeah, people are already blaming the crew on a basis of rumors, which is totally disgusting, again, to put it pretty much straight out. And indeed, exactly, Toto, and that's the next point I was going to get at. How many times do you think I have had a situation where on the 787, which accelerates fairly slowly, and we actually saw the same thing just now on the takeoff. So at the 18 knots speed call out, so the pilot monitoring calls out 18 knots. The pilot flying checks his or her airspeed indicator and makes sure it also shows the 80 knots. Because it's a speed indication check, and it's also a incapacitation check. Now, usually, at least that's what I've been told, the way I've been taught, on a normal loaded 787, you would have a trend error, that green error, that is about 40 knots wide. And the green error shows the predicted airspeed in 10 seconds time, not 6. Blancolirio got that wrong as well. Here it's 10 seconds. On the vertical speed on the 787, that's 6 seconds. Hunter, thanks so much for the gift. Up to Toto. Hunter, much appreciated. So 10 seconds, right? So if you have an 80 knots check, the trend error should be somewhere around 120 knots. And that means in 10 seconds time, the speed should be about 120 knots. Now, if you have a wind shift, so kind of wind gusts, right? It could be that the aircraft will sense not a deceleration, but not as much of an acceleration, right? And that trend error will decay because of that, because the accelerometers in the INS units or AR units, they are pretty sensitive, right? And so, yeah, it can happen that, especially on a 787, which does accelerate slowly, as it's so optimized on a takeoff run, that you have a sensation, or you maybe think the aircraft is not accelerating for 1 or 2 seconds. It can happen. Exactly on the 737 that had a vortex encounter as they were taking off from runway 18. A vortex from, I guess it was a 747 or some heavy jet, kind of caused a change of wind direction, giving them some tailwind.
Africa
so
Control
a wind shear.
129.075, Global Africa 120, thanks.
And 2 seconds, 21, 22. That's nothing to write home about, honestly. Now, it's different. If we are talking about the trend error, going down from 104, let's say 40 knots ahead to maybe 20 knots or 10 knots ahead, and actually going negative, that is a different thing, right? That is a different thing. So in my understanding, the wind shift will not... So if you have a quick change in the airspeed indication, that does not influence the acceleration indication. However, if you have a tailwind that affects the engine performance and the way the thrust output works, so then actually you have a slowing down of the acceleration. Yeah, exactly. So the airspeed rolls back, but that doesn't change the acceleration indication, right? However, again, a wind shift
Ethiopian 109 Delta Line 1 frequency.
could theoretically cause the thrust
Ethiopian
output
109
to be less
wind chill
effective,
330.
and
Ethiopian
then
109 Delta Line identified.
cause the
Climb level
acceleration
34,
trend to decrease. But
Climb
again,
340, Ethiopian
and that's
109.
something the investigators will have to try to figure out. Was that just a sensational feeling of the pilots? If that were to be true, it's not even confirmed yet, but was that a sensation the pilots could feel in their bodies? Or was it some sort of indication on the speed
I believe I want
fluctuating?
to contact
Right,
Africa Control 1.
and that has to be determined.
9.075.
Africa Control 129.075, Bayview 1412. Have a good event. See ya.
Yeah, true. I mean, yeah. So that's why I'm saying sensation. Exactly as Toto says. You know, yeah, it's just a feeling, but yeah, and as feelings, they can be wrong. But the thing is, I get so annoyed sometimes with these influencers, these self-proclaimed experts, that they are making videos based on assumptions and also based on actually wrong assumptions and wrong, well, just, you know, the wrong facts. So and that's shocking to see, to be honest. Because as they are claiming they to be real world pilots, they obviously have a high standing with their viewers, right? So so really they should be aware of their responsibility in making sure that they are A, getting the facts correct, and B, not quoting rumors. I've always had the worry that I would be involved in an incident or accident, and then reading in newspapers or actually seeing news reports on television, maybe blaming me prematurely, even though I've done nothing wrong, right? Hey Bob, how you doing? Hey Simwings, doing a flight from Zurich to San Francisco, nice. Which aircraft? I think it map enhancement, only 32 GB RAM. Captain Leonardo, I think it's more a matter of VRAM. Not so much RAM in my opinion. Hey Captain 4K. Yeah, Alpha, hello. And that's the thing. You see, very rarely are these people being, made accountable for what they are actually, telling. Nice. Swiss 777-200ER, nice.
830, can we step out for 5 minutes?
Up call.
Hey
Captain Chaos.
Good afternoon,
Good afternoon.
B. I hope you're well.
I am well. How are you? Thank you so much, Captain Chaos, for the 83 months. Good God. Captain Chaos, happy weekend. How are you doing? Right, let's do a big round circle, around 25 miles or something. You're doing good. That's good to hear. Avimar, I don't know yet because I'm in contact with someone regarding a shared cockpit flight next week, so I have to see when he has time. And but I will be streaming next week.
673, contact Africa Control.
But I don't know exactly when yet.
Confirm 129.075, Egypt Air 673.
Hey, fam. Roger, 129-075, you can 673, goodbye.
Dial 987.
So it looks like I'm just getting a response from him. So German ATC is the gentleman. Let me just check if it's in German language. Which
Dial 967, contact Africa, control 1.
Which I think I promised him. Yeah, and then I've got to set up a flight with Geordie in the Challenger 650.
Egypt 830 back.
What's that?
No, unfortunately that yeah, my CPDLC did not go through yet. I'm going to try again. It's the last time I'm going to try. Although, no, that should be okay. I don't think I have to relog, do I? Oh, do I have to hang on. Thanks, Bruno. So maybe I do have to go. Right, let's connect again. Yeah, let's try. Thanks. Can a pilot hold a 7-8? Yeah, I have. So actually my rating is running out on the 31st of August. So literally 2 days from now. And I have a 787-777 rating, yes. Yeah, my next flying lesson, IRL, in the Cessna would be Monday morning, but they're calling for thunderstorms and heavy winds on Monday morning. So I'm a bit cursed with my training. Okay, Fish Cop. Let's see. Okay, yeah, I'll reply to you in a second, Fish Cop. Just read your Discord message. And Luca, hey, you had a SAP IR session today. Nice. I can imagine. It's a whole new world opening up, right? Okay, now I'm online. Bruno, thank you so much for checking. I appreciate that very much. Right. Let's see if I can finally get connection here.
This is Zealand Fanson 4, they're on land control, low. Identified.
Right, so I have a... Hang on, what's that? 747 ahead of me, but he's going to Joburg, so it should be no problem. Right. Do you prefer the FlightFactor? Yeah, I prefer the FlightFactor 777 because it just feels a lot more realistic. So, but I have to say, that is just for the 777. I think 200. I think that the last time we tried the 300, we had a kind of very sensitive pitch, which I think 200 doesn't have. But yeah, apart from that, flight model is a lot nicer. Alright. I'm not going to try that again. I'm going to go with the next one, which should be Alpha Foxtrot. Maybe he's not accepting anyone now. Alpha Foxtrot. Romeo Charlie. And we'll enter that here. Oops. Reset. Tail number. Echo Tango Alpha. Echo. Oh, button, hold on. I know. I've seen it. Hang on. Right. What's it? I mean, it doesn't really matter, but let's do that. The cockpit looks too fresh. I mean, I guess probably there will be some cockpit mod or something, texture mod.
Victor, level change to even. Which one would you prefer? 340-360.
There's a texture mod. I can imagine, yeah.
Initial 174 over Delta. You will need to change your flight level to even. Which one would you prefer? 340
Well, let's
or
see.
360?
We do have a. Where's my flat one here? Briefing. nav lock. Right, so what we can do is the following. So, total time. So let's have a look. We are at Entebbe. Entebbe, there we are. So total time in minutes. 40 minutes. Let's say.
We'll be back for our next waypoint, which I believe is.
So 40 minutes. And fuel on board. Fuel on board is 38.8. Look at that, that's not bad, is it? So look, we're supposed to have 41 minutes. According to the flight plan, we've had 40. We should have 38.9 tons. We have 38.8. So that's a good fuel check.
Chance 316, there's one control. Chance 316, go ahead. Chance 316, contact Africa control, 129.075. 129.075, Chance 316. Bye bye. See you.
No, but piloting, I think, so the way I learned best.
Yeah, 760, that's on control.
Hey Lee, good.
Still enjoying every single stream, BB711 beloved.
Thank you so much, Lee. Vielen Dank. And how's the studying going for your test? Like 3 weeks now, isn't it? For your assessment tests. Oh, and my offer still stands, Lee.
Yeah,
if you want to do a voice call at some point, if you have any questions, just let me know. 4 weeks, yeah. Let me know.
Kenya 760, climb flight level 400.
It's got sounds. I'm just going to get the exterior.
Echo Tango 339, there's some control. Echo Tango 339. Tango 339er, contact Africa control 129.075. Contact Africa control on 129.075, good day.
129.075,
KSM 60 traffic information, traffic control, clock distance 9 miles, same direction of level 380.
Yeah, so Simwings, like Bruno says,
Contact FEK control,
it's about seniority. I remember there was a BBC, was it BBC documentary or something about EasyJet? And didn't they have the youngest captain and co-pilot there at one point where like the captain was like 23 or something? Or 25? Like extremely young. But why not? If they pass all the qualification checks. Ja, Lee macht das, ja.
Springbok 18 Wanderers 1 control.
Yeah, let me know, Lee, whenever. All good. Oh, Zine as well. Where are you coming from? Oh, sorry. Yeah, I know about piloting. Yeah, so for me, I'm more kind of the visual person, right? So I can learn better with pictures, or you know, if it's a film, like a computer-based training. And that's Addis Ababa, right? Yeah, so I can learn best with you know, visual cues, and so. Let me just see if I can get my document as well from Discord here, real quickly. Give me a second.
Speedbirds on the Tango, contact traffic control 1 to Diner, decimal 075 goodbye. Speedbird sound to Tango, control. Speedbird sound to Tango, control.
He's fallen asleep. I don't have it here. Where's that? Actually, I can tell you, I can show that differently. Okay, so Nomad, I'll give you another example of how I did my studies and then my recurrent stuff, right? So what I did was so I made my own summaries.
Control flow, report request level. Nair 25 Lima Victor, copy.
Give me a second.
Nair 253 over Delta Victor, level change to even. Which one do you prefer? 360 or 380?
Oh, there we go. Okay, summaries.
Nair 253, there's one control.
So just as an example, right? So this was, for example, for the electrics of the 787, all right? So I would have like, you know, an overview picture. I have some text that kind of condenses everything.
You need to change your flight level to even. Which one
right?
would you prefer? 360 or 380?
But nonetheless, you have to.
253, decline to flight level 380.
So give another example here. Right, engine summary. Right. But I mean, you still have to go through the studies, right? So you have to read and just make condensed kind of infos. So I don't know exactly how you normally learn or how you are able to memorize best. But for me, that's the way I do it. Oh, status. Yeah. Let's have a look. DME left. Yeah, got caution there as well. Yeah, and yeah, sure. If you draw the diagrams for yourself, that also helps. Yeah, no, it's so nomad. No. Don't do that. Because just by saying you have to read through 2,000 pages worth of FCOM, you're already like shutting down. No, don't do that. Like I said, watch some some CBTs on YouTube to get an overview. Why would they want you to know everything in an assessment, right? It wouldn't be fair because you've not done the type rating yet. Nice, we've got some nice tiles down below.
K136 clear direct up call.
Yeah, or like Bruno says, like general ATPL theory questions, yeah. But again, yeah, don't try and read through the FCOM. That is not very effective. Well, so you know the aircraft type, A320 Neo.
Control, Kenya.
Then go through the CBTs.
Request flight level 380. Kenya 721, flight to flight level 380.
Yeah, and one piece at a time, yeah. Do I like Airbus or Boeing more? I enjoyed both. So I've flown A320 series and I've flown 737, 747, 787, and every aircraft has pros and cons. So for hand flying, I always preferred Boeing aircraft, while for ergonomics, it's going to be Airbus. So right, DME left. Nothing really to worry about here though. So if I go to RatNav, let me just clear out that. See if we can get that. But I think that's. I mean, what we could theoretically do is have a look for the circuit breaker, which probably won't have it here, but we'll have a look. Navigation. Captain's display. ILS. ILS 8. DME left. There we go. Yeah, you're fast, Nanak. Blimey.
Springbook 181. Press 1 control flow. Identified.
I doubt that we're going to get it fixed that way, but and normally you don't really do CB resets in flight, even though here on the Boeing aircraft normally if it says DME left, that's what it is. On Airbus, there's always potentially some hidden other systems behind that, so you've got to be careful. PSHX or physics. Is it physics or I don't know how to pronounce that. PSH. Yeah, so it looks like DME left is broken. And electric TIU. Blimey, this aircraft is falling apart. What is happening? Now it's just in the status. There is no caution message or anything there. No checklist to do. But let's have a quick look. I don't even think it's going to show up on the electric page. Very likely it's just a controller somewhere. What you can do though maybe is go into the maintenance pages here. So menu, maintenance, and have a look at the Was Alec Page. Performance. Page electrical. Yeah.
Air 3500 now. There is one control.
So the Charlie 2 transfer rectifier unit is not.
Air 351 Rodney, climb to flight level 30.
Yeah, but that's the thing here, isn't it? That was Charlie 2 TRU.
Confirm 340.
Yeah. Charlie 2 TRU.
Roger. So, die sind bei Level 3 für Air 35.
Lee, mach's gut, ja. Bis nachher. Wir haben ja noch ein bisschen. 4 Stunden. Oh yeah, they are definitely huge when it comes to system depth here. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Kira 23 Victor Charlie, there is one control.
Yeah, langer Flug, absolutely. Wow, is the sun setting? How's that happening? Hang on, what time is it? Oh, it's, of course, we're going southbound. Yeah, we are going southbound, and obviously sunset is happening earlier. What time is sunset in let's have a look here. Sunset, Cape Town. Is at 18:25 local. So about 40 to 50 minutes from now. Yeah, we're gonna have to do something though. I didn't think I was gonna go into. So let me just change the lighting mod here. I have a preset that I've made. So hopefully then it just dims down the lights a little bit in general, because I find them a little bit too bright often in X-Plane. Alright, so we're gonna get sunset here. Yeah, it's winter time as well at the moment. It's like, although it's almost springtime, almost, not quite. But yeah, it is winter time. Oh, and that's X-Plane. I don't know why it does that. Let's go this way. That's better. Yeah, well, you're flying towards the west, so you're chasing the sun. And if you're up north, then you have even more sunlight. Yeah, but I'm not sure. Autoland. Do we have Autoland in Cape Town? Do they even have Cat 2-3 approaches there? They have Cat 2. So for Category 2, do you need the left DME? Are you sure? Hey Mimsa, which was your first flight sim used on PC? That was on the Sinclair. I remember that very well, and that was an F-15 simulator, which was like Tetris, you know. So it was like Roblox kind of, you know, graphics.
Bye-bye. Сибирин 136. Goodbye.
I'm just checking if I have some documents on that, but I don't, unfortunately. Oh, it's the C2 TRU, that's what you meant. With Autoland, it switches all the PFCs to independent electrical buses, and all the systems need to be fully operational. Okay. Probably. So
Japan 849, there is one control, later contact.
Fish Cop, I'm gonna send you.
Sure. Log on.
Yeah, I'll send you a DM because I have a different idea.
If you can get an early handoff, that would be much appreciated.
Airline 516 again?
It's reporting back in the cockpit, and we need another long cockpit break, so if we're able to hand it off early to the next controller.
Roger, welcome back.
Thank you, 915, can we get handed off early, please?
5 minutes.
Lovely sunset again.
FEN 841, contact Africa Control 129.075.
So Cat 2 may work. Okay.
Unreadable.
Wow, okay, that's some really deep knowledge there. So Snark says TRC, so Charlie 2 goes into the FO flight instrument bus, and the right autopilot is fed a level up via the right transfer bus. Okay. So then, like Bruno says, potentially Cat 2, since you can land manually, Cat 2.
FEN 841, contact Africa 129.075.
Maybe that's what you could do, so. What a gorgeous sunset here. Beautiful. All right.
Airliner 51 over Orlin, contact Africa Control 129.075.
129.075, bye.
Goodbye. Use your back, sir. No problem, welcome back.
Just have to respond here. Oh, blimey. That is interesting colouring here. Oh, God. Ay.
Boxer 201, there is one control. Hello.
Let's go back in the cabin. That's better.
Open.
Okay, so...
So, Bonnet 253 is requesting 10 minutes on the cockpit, please. Bonnet 253, approved departure back. What is that, thanks?
And Dexter, hello, wie geht's dir? Guten Abend. Grüße. Ah, this, look at the view here with another little lake there. The sun setting. Nice. Okay, so Wednesday, guys, I've just made... so Wednesday is going to be a German language live stream. Shared flight with German ATC, who's also a Twitch streamer. So then... I should be able to stream Monday as well. So Monday and then Wednesday.
Taxi traffic is 129.075.
Roll on 129.075.
Enjoy, bye-bye.
It's kind of strange, isn't it? For like 5 minutes, the lighting when it sunsets looks so weird in the flight deck. And now it's all good again. Oh, that's so great. Love it. Wait, exactly. Oh, my coffee's empty. I don't have coffee anymore. Yeah, Nate, sometimes it does. It's only for a few minutes, but yeah, it has some weird lighting shifts there. But I mean, again, with those clouds in the distance there, the lighting, beautiful. Really nice. Yeah, Nate, me too. Me too. Yeah. There must be... Oh, zoom out. There, that's what I'm looking for. Let's see if that works. Yeah, that's better. It's a big aircraft, that's why. Okay, Snark, thank you very much. Let me just check that. Process, hello to you. Where did you post that, Almighty? No, Fish Cup, I'm at home. It's not me. Which channel? Or was it private message? Hang on. Can't find it.
Goodbye.
Oh, private chat. Hang on. Yeah, let me see. Well, I haven't received anything yet. No friend requests. Okay, we're coming up to the boundary. To Zambia. Well, actually, we just got a little bit from Malawi, and then we are going into Zambia. And so we are expecting a frequency change 129075. And then we can try to log on again with CPLA DLC. It's a shame, just as the scenery got more interesting. Got lovely mountains coming up. Okay, let's see. Let's have a bit as well. And Mike Bravo, let's have a look. Mike Bravo. So Mike Bravo is an hour 8, so we're doing good on time. So that should be 110, are we? Actually, not 0. So an hour 10. The fuel, we have 35.6. So we are burning just a little bit more fuel than the flight plan predicted, but overall still good. So that looks good. Happy with that. Here's a question I've been bothering me. European airlines always make you to open the window blinds on takeoff. Yeah. No, that's a misunderstanding. That's in case something goes wrong for the fire crew, the emergency services, to look into the cabin. And also, a lot of these emergency light strips, they are actually fluorescent, so they need to be charged by light. But the main reason, as far as I understand, is always for this emergency service to be able to look into the aircraft. And also, another thing, the cabin crew, in case you let's say you have a rejected takeoff due to engine fire, the cabin crew needs to be able to look outside. So that's why they have you raise the window blinds. Hope that makes sense. Good thing is, there's no converging aircraft right now onto our airway. So we are currently not in any conflict with any other aircraft. And we're already pretty high up here as well. So that's all good. Really, in the USA, they have you close the window? What? Even daytime? That's strange. One to 90075. Thank you so much. Goodbye from Ethiopian 701. Right, there we go. And so now that is Africa Control. Good evening from Ethiopian 711 Heavy, level 380 at position up call.
Hello, Ethiopian 711, Africa Control identified.
Right, let me try again to log on to CPDLC. Hopefully it works. I mean...
Say question for request out of cockpit for 15 minutes.
Aye.
Book Fox 740, pull back. Virgin 41 and Papa, go back to your previously assigned frequency 132.225.
And Malek says they're closing windows lines to keep the
Springbok
temperature.
474P, was that approved?
Springbok 474, monitor advisory 122.8. Virgin 419 Papa, go back
To keep the temperature down in the cabin. Okay.
132.225.
Also interesting.
Kenya 7X, welcome back, line level 3990.
Can't get logged on today for some reason. That's weird.
Air Mauritius 193, contact Africa South 134.
Okay, Mark Rich says Boeing proposed a 777 with no windows but a single screen stretching the inside of each with the view outside. It was blocked because of emergency views and you having the option to view inside. Okay, interesting.
Air Mauritius 193, confirming 134.575. Affirmative, 134.575, Air Mauritius 193, goodbye. Egypt 673, contact Africa South 134.575. 134.575.
Request a refund for the window seat, yeah. Oh yeah, look at that.
Springbok 194, heavy 124. Ethiopian 815, welcome back. Break, Springbok 194, contact Africa South 134.575.
Is ATC okay with the loudness?
134.575, Condor 34 Echo, contact Africa South 134.575. 134.575.
Oh, we've logged on. Nice, it worked. Cool. Cancel that. Log on accepted. Excellent. Established. How cool. Nice. Right, what else can we do? Let's have a look here if we already get an ATIS. Let's see. Oh, large message. Let's have a quick look here. So information Bravo. So VMC 19 arrival, transition level 85, wind 210 at 12, visibility above 10 kilometers, fuel 3000, broken 4000, temperature 15, QNH 1019.
Kenya 514, Africa control identified. Air Algeria 46, Africa control.
It's 80s is good. Okay, 80s is fine. Fantastic. Ah, this looks so pretty. What a great sunset. Well, it's going to get dark in a few minutes. Haze is Jano Moin.
Air Algeria 46, Africa control identified, climb level 3990.
Yes, Luciano, we have a failure of the left knee. So, I mean, this aircraft has maintenance or time-based failures. So, yeah, we're having some issues. So we've got DME left, but also we have ELEC transformer rectifier unit Charlie Center 2's also broken. So hopefully we're not going to get much more than that. That's pretty. Slick one, yeah. Well, I mean, it obviously does make you know, way to some interesting scenarios sometimes, but yeah, you'd hate to have something big happen on the event.
German Air Force 78, proceed direct to Nalos. Kenya 760, contact Africa South 134.575. Kenya 760, contact Africa South 134.575.
So we have a next change over to Mozambique at Point Tevas. So I'm going to dial that in here.
Kenya 760, Africa control is calling.
So Tevas.
Kenya 760, contact Africa South 134.575.
And let's do a 25-mile circle around that. There it is. I mean, still have 250 miles to go. About half an hour. All right. Estimate landing in 3 hours 48. Well, here it says actually 4 hours, but I think that is because we still have a little bit of a long arrival routing in. So I think potentially, yeah, we're not going to fly all that. So I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Let's delete the holding out. Right, and then what else do we want? We want to have... what I'll do is I am going to go ahead and put this there, and then later we'll change it again. It's just has to do with the calculation of the arrival time and the top descent. So I expect from Airbus to get clearance direct to Charlie Tango Victor, because at the moment via NOTAM the arrival, the star, is cancelled, so it's not available, but you can see now that arrival time is a little bit more accurate, but that still gives us 3 hours 50, 3 hours 53. So let me adjust the arrival time. So that's going to be that. And then we'll do that. Just going to update the time. There you go, 3 hours 51. Yeah, that makes sense. Right, 3 hours 51 remaining time. Oh, what is that? Remaining time to CTOT? No. No, not CTOT. To Cape Town.
Tango 339 and contact Africa South 134.575.
There we go.
Echo Tango 339 and contact Africa South 134.575.
Everybody's sleeping today. Nobody's listening anymore. Aye, aye, aye. Looks like we have a bit of... looks like weather return here.
339 Air Africa control is calling.
But I don't see anything outside. nothing there really. Yeah, you're exactly. They're all sleeping. Nice. Have a good lunch. Hope you had a good landing. Sounds challenging. Kazip, hello. How are you doing?
European 841, stay with me, I'll call you for frequency change.
Hang on, my Snark, hang on. I'll do that in a minute. Let me check in Discord here.
Kenya 191 for Africa control identified. Welcome back.
So, for funsies, check the FIM. Sorry, what the FIM? What's FIM? Fault isolation. Where's the fault isolation manual? What? Oh, it's not for me. Oh, I was like, what's going on here? Look, I'm just a pilot. I'm not a mechanic. Okay, I don't know what are you guys on about. Hey. It's not for me. Go back to sleep. Yeah, I get it. What a nice sunset. Yeah. I'll stick to my FCOM. Much easier. It's not so complicated. Right. Now the thing is, if I request 5 minutes out of the flight deck,
Kenya 191 for Africa.
I'm not sure because the other guy told the other guy to go to Unicom.
Yeah, Kenya 191, I hear only static from you. Please advise if you're able to climb
Let's have a quick look here what we have. Yeah, we're still Optima 374. So we'll stay at 380 for now. If you knew, so Snark, if you knew, we treat them like our eyeballs, okay? Your aircraft, trust me. Yeah, no, seriously. I always, it hurt me physically when I had a bird strike or something, or, you know, something broke on the aircraft. Yeah, it made me really sad, honestly. Yeah, Voyager, you would
Kenya 762 Africa control identified.
You would mean me for sure. But no joke, I have the highest respect for, you know, for a lot of professions, and yeah, so technical staff, mechanics, they have my huge admiration, my huge respect. So yeah, because I mean, what I try to learn a bit more about the technical side of you know, of the aircraft that I was flying, but our documentation, so the pilot documentation, is very limited. And I mean, you know, I had some friends back then, technicians that were able to provide me with technical manuals, but the moment I saw like all these diagrams, you know, electrical circuit diagrams and that sort of stuff, I was out. That was just, that is not my world. Yeah, panic mode. And then, you know, you guys, so I was surprised to hear that you guys actually are able to get, you know, a type rating for 777, 787, and what else was it, Yoda? Because for me, these aircraft are so complex from a technical standpoint. Like, how do you, you know, how would you memorize everything? Yeah, the 787 CCR. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, it's... I mean, obviously we pilots, we have to... Yeah, we have to be able to memorize other things. So, you know, I guess we're all experts in our own field. But yeah. ProSource, first of all, ProSource, thanks for the 43 months. Sorry for the late call out, ProSource. Much appreciated. And Cap Mitchell coming with 33 months. Thank you so much. Mitchell, wie geht's?
Bye-bye.
And Yura says you struggle watching aircraft doing multiple types of... Yeah, I mean, I guess for us pilots, sometimes the difficult thing is having a long day, and then on the last rotation, on the last leg, you run into issues, especially weather-wise, let's say, maybe with a diversion, and then you just have to be able to concentrate. I remember, let's see if I have that that video still here.
Okay, that's 762 again.
That was like, what's going on? It's not here. Yeah, like I had a video recording. I try to fetch it with the other hard drive, where we had a very long day, and then we flew to, I think it was it Vilnius, or I think it was Tallinn, and they had really hefty crosswinds, and we were delayed, etc. So we had like a, I don't know, 12-hour shift or something, and then yeah, I remember that so vividly because I was pilot flying, and I was like, you know, on my last piece of resource that I had to land the aircraft, and I was like, man, I hope we don't have to divert, because you know, I'm so tired and so fatigued, and then yeah, you kind of, it's kind of a weird feeling. You kind of fight, you know, with the wind, and you do your inputs, but it's a subconscious kind of deal. You don't really, I don't know, it's hard to describe. Like you land, and then after landing, yeah, you don't even remember exactly what you did. It just landed. It's a weird feeling, weird sensation. But that always showed me that, you know, even if you think you're tired and you can't concentrate, your subconscious is still able to do too many things. It sounds like a night shift brain, yeah. Something like that, yeah.
And voting 490 Papa. So that 1 minute decimal 5, thank you.
Bye bye.
See ya.
Right, let's see. We have 10, 12 minutes maybe until Tevas. Let's have a quick look here. Tevas is at 44. Yeah, 15 minutes. No, actually a bit more. 17 minutes. Okay. Well, yeah, I need a coffee. Talk about being tired. I need a coffee. Ducky, hello. Do you need to rent a server? You can rent a server. Yeah. Yeah, so if you want to be on your own on a server, you would have to rent. And I can tell you that prices can range from anywhere, I guess, between 70, 80 euros up to 120, 130 euros. Cat Mitchell doing well. PPL Mitchell. Monday, I've got my next lesson scheduled for Monday morning. But right now, weather forecast Monday morning here is thunderstorms. And then with the wind picking up as well. So, I don't know. I've got to... Oh yeah, that reminds me. I need to get in contact with my instructor to see how September looks for him. Right, let me do that. No, so Harry, yeah, so how would it's like a reactivation. So I have the highest form of flight license or pilot license, but for each specific area, like ultralight or like helicopter or like, although helicopter is a different license itself, but I mean like PPL flying. You need a recurrent status. So if you want to fly on the PPL basis, so single engine piston, you have so my PPL is still active, but the SAP, so the single engine piston rating, that is dormant. So I have to reactivate that, and that takes about 5 flight hours. And the check flight. Normal weather for our region, I know, but
station calling static time zone.
so my instructor said that I don't need many more hours, so he's very pleased with my landings. And the thing is that we have to do a couple of items like a simulated engine failure pattern, where you fly over the runway about 2,000 feet height, and then you put the power to idle, and then you do a glide approach. And they choose a runway because that way you're allowed to go pretty much, even you could go down to touchdown, right? but normally you would go around at low level. The thing is that when you do engine failure simulation over normal countryside, then the lowest you're allowed to go is 500 feet, which doesn't really show how good your energy management would work to find a field to land on with an engine failure. So that's why they do that pattern, and that's something I have to go do. I've done it once, but I have to do it again to make sure that I can do that. And then just general air work like stalls again, steep turns, just to get more proficient. Yeah, and then I would have just a normal little check ride at some point, and then I get my SEP rating back again. So the thing is, my instructor is a real-world Airbus pilot, but also he's an instructor, obviously, for PPL as SAP stuff, and also he's just also done his PC-12 type rating, so he's able to fly the PC-12 now for someone. So yeah, he's flying a lot. Oh, it's gone dark now. Yeah, PC-12 is cool. I agree. What? What are you guys on about? What about my FADEC?
Contact Africa South.
My FADEC is fine.
134.575.
Ay. Oh dear.
Take us out 134.575.
The green overlay over the Rabanis over the MCP. Hang on, what do you mean the green overlay? Oh, the yeah, that's from the floodlight, I guess. Yeah, that does look, yeah, it looks a bit weird. I guess that's supposed to be the shadow here.
Ethiopian 45 Delta is back in cockpit, and we are 20 miles from
yeah, you see that thing there, yeah.
Ethiopian 45 Delta, welcome back.
Yeah.
When it's level 250.
It's a bit wonky lighting simulation, I would say. Oh, bit of turbulence here, ladies and gentlemen. Ay. Ooh.
Southwest Central Control, good evening, Bonnet 351 Romeo inbound, sub flight 340, Mach 8.4.
I mean, they did announce potential severe turbulence. That's... Come on. You could do it.
Number 1576 Africa, control identified. Springbok 13 Papa Heavy, maintain 543.
Alright, let me help the autopilot here for a second. It is a bit turbulent. Looks like my rudder is off again. Even though it's neutral, I don't know. It's a strange phenomenon I've had. That was on 300 ER in manual flight. It's X-plane weather shifting, probably. Right, we've got next frigate change coming up. So next sector should be, let's see, 34575. 34. Yeah, so in the real aircraft, so in the real world, what would be happening now is that Jesus. What is going on? Explain. Seriously. You have an in-flight broadcast frequency where, but that's turbulence. I think, you know what? I think it's that plug-in. Hold on. Yeah, that's the thing.
Order 5 Lima Victor, Africa control identified.
Africa control,
yeah, I turned it off now. That's a bit excessive. Yeah, now it's better. But you can dial that down, can't you? Hang on. Yeah, so for some reason here at the moment it is thinking that the atmosphere is having clear turbulence. So what I can do, now I can dial down the limits of it, can't I? So let's see if that is any better. So let me even do the pitch down a bit more. I mean, I don't mind, turbulence simulation, but that is too much. Nah, forget it. Right. Yeah, I'll switch it off. That does not make sense.
Controller, good evening, airframe 385 stop.
Reference 2857, contact 123.3.
Contact to 123.3, bye-bye.
Outer station calling, call center.
Right, let's do another fuel check. Tevas.
576 Africa control.
So Tevas. We're going to be there in 4 minutes, which will put it at 1 hour 49. So 0149, which means we've saved 4 minutes. Fuel is going to be, we should be 31.6. We'll see what we end up with. So we burn a little bit more fuel than according to flight plan. We're estimating at 10.9 currently. And min diversion is 8.7. Oh, there we go. Accept. So there we go, 34575 as expected. And then I'll ask him for a couple of minutes out of flight deck to get myself some off. Although next one is Mark here, which is already pretty close by. And then after Mark here, yeah, then we have a bit more time. Okay, I'm going to wait until we get to Mark here. And then we'll get
Condor 34 Africa South.
No, Bruno.
Very good evening.
No.
A320 flight
I don't think it cancels that fast.
Step out cockpit for 10 minutes.
Because no, normally you accept it, it stays. Only when you press cancel you would get rid of that. Because it said accept, and that's what I pressed, and then it disappeared, which is a bit weird. Africa South Control, hello from Ethiopian 711 Heavy, approaching position Tevas, flight level 380.
Ethiopian 711, Africa South, good day, clear demo, flight level 380.
Flight level 380, Ethiopian 711 Heavy.
Speedbird 1, when ready, descend to flight level 250.
One Concorde descending further 250.
So let's do another 25 mile ring around that. 25. That's the next reminder. Rabonius, well, it's cross Africa. Although, I mean, it's a long range flight, but 5 hours flight time. So.
Boston Air 8321, Africa South, good day.
South American 601 is nearing Pakistan. Clear me the flight level 1, but told me to check in.
American 6091, you can contact Mauritius on frequency. Okay, it's not showing up. You can contact Mauritius on frequency.
Yeah, Rabonius.
9.3.
I didn't realize it's going to get dark that early here. But of course, we're in the southern hemisphere, so I should have guessed. But yeah, so unfortunately, so it's pretty dark already.
Mauritius 2340, send 2 over to center 129.3.
We'll make another viewpoint here. Let's create new jump seat.
Qatari 50 Kilo, Africa South.
Hey, Avenger. Yeah, and Africa is a huge continent. So,
Qatari 50 Kilo, clear them up by level 3.
so on the Mercator projection, the further north or south you go, the bigger, the more elongated the countries get. But Africa, obviously being in the center of that projection, is literally the actual size. So
Air Portugal 529 up, contact Johannesburg 134.4 Sierra.
134.4, Air Portugal 529, thank you very much, have a wonderful
Thanks for flying, break Ethiopian Russian, Ethiopian 6 Delta Echo, contact Johannesburg 134.4 Sierra.
So next is going to be, well, actually we're going to stay here. So the next controller is the same actually. Well, then I can ask him for a couple of minutes.
Silk West 2377, contact Johannesburg 134.4 Sierra. Ethiopian 2806 for the ADC, monitor advisory, good day. Ethiopian 2806 for the ADC,
Oh, nice. We are flying later overhead Johannesburg. Well, yeah, we're flying right over Johannesburg. Didn't realize that.
Ethiopian 14, repeat your message, please.
Yeah.
Requesting title 400.
Ethiopian 14, standby. Speedbird Concorde 1, thank you over there, Roger. Have a great day. See you.
Yeah, there we go. There's Johannesburg. And they have radar as well. So from, I think it's Utuli. Yeah. That's when they have ATC radar contact. Hey Lee, wie geht's? Willkommen zurück.
United 191 requesting to step away from control for a few minutes.
Oh no, we just took off from Entebbe, and that was Lake Victoria. So yeah, not that long.
Was I approved to step away?
United 191, you want to...
Pilot 19.
Hi BB.
Hey.
As always, thank you for your stream.
My pleasure. Pilot 19, thank you so much for watching and thanks for your support. Yeah, so here's the weird thing. So last time I was complaining about Streamlabs having deleted all my settings, which was true. And then I logged out, cleared the cache, logged back in, and then suddenly everything was back again. Sometimes I just don't understand PCs or software. It is a bit strange. Right, also let's have a look how far away we are from Joburg. So that's Fox Alpha Oscar Romeo. Oh, we have to log. There's a different.
Welcome back.
That's Fox Quebec Bravo Echo. There's a different sector here. Reset. So.
Emirates 1 Kilo Lima contact Johannesburg frequency 1344.
Fox Quebec Bravo Echo. Rabonis, thank you. Have a good one.
Southwestern Control, it's HPC 130.
So Echo Tango Alpha November Rom.
Trans-Soviet 876 over the EC one. Advisory, good day.
What time is it? Oh, it's almost dinner time as well. Yeah, I got to get coffee and a bite to eat.
Turkish 250 Africa South. Good evening to you. Good inbound.
Africa South.
Hey Dusty, which of the 777s do I like best? I mean, I like from the whole kind of the looks. Is the 777-200ER looks phenomenal. So that would be my most favorite. Yeah, it's a beast. Yeah, true.
Air Mauritius 463, contact Mauritius frequency 129.3. Good day.
So let's do, how much ground speed? We've got 467, so let's put 460 knots here. So that is roughly an hour flight time at cruise level.
Ethiopian 14, my apologies sir, please now by one moment.
So what else do we have around us here?
Ethiopian 14, climb at level 400.
Flight level 400, thank you.
Harare, hey, there we go.
Egypt A30 is back.
A30, welcome back.
South Africa sensor, United 191, back at controls.
So that's here.
United 191, welcome back.
Okay, so we're coming to Mark here, and Mark here we'll do a fuel check and time check. So it's supposed to be Mark here at 58. So in 6 minutes, and that gives us 2 hours 3 flight time. So that's still 4 minutes better than the flight plan, which is good. 30.1. We're estimating 29.4. So we've lost like 700. Well, 700 kilograms
Bianca 1412.
below, but we have 3 tons extra.
Affirmative.
Andy, that's a very good point. That's a very good question.
1412 on my way to back.
And you are correct. We should be flying offset. So let's have a quick look here. Let's see how I get here.
Springbok 194, just confirm that you're asking for descent.
No, we were asking if we could step away after the drop.
How long will you need to be away for?
The question is,
25 minutes.
do we have even offset here?
Springbok 194 approved. Report back.
Oh, previous. Oh, yeah. Let's see. Route. It doesn't have it, does it? Yeah, I don't think it has it. I'm pretty sure the yeah, it doesn't have offset. That's why. But yeah, normally you would fly offset.
Africa South, Jet 316. Good evening, Circle 3.
But even if we wanted to.
Ethiopian 815, 16 to Peter Basic.
Yeah, I think they should be flying offset.
Ethiopian 815 approved.
Because right now we're not in controlled airspace. So it's just flight information service.
Giant 316 Africa South, good day, clear.
And so yeah, normally IRL people will be flying offset.
Midday 380, Jet. Africa South Control, afternoon, or can you? DHL 967
Yeah, normally it would be shown here, like, yeah, like here would say offset or something. Okay. Yeah, thanks, Bruno. Right, that logon doesn't work. So next logon is going to be Fox Victor Hotel Foxtrot. Let's send that. Yeah, not implemented yet.
Mauritius 193 approved, report back.
Thank you, we go.
Yeah, we'll do the same. After 2 hours, time for a break. Stretch the legs, guys.
Kenya 2 Sierra Lima, South Africa, South, good day, to clear them out, flight level 360.
Ethiopian 711 heavy request.
Ethiopian 711, go ahead.
Yeah, would also like to request 10 minutes out of the flight deck.
Approved, report back.
Reporting back in 10 minutes. Ethiopian 711. Thank you. Right. 10 minutes.
Africa South, good day.
Let's go. See you in a few minutes, guys.
Heavy inbound Teva, flight level 340.
That's the call, 8288, Africa South, good day, clear the inbound, flight level 2, correction 340. 6 Foxtrot Africa South, good day, cleared MR flight level 390. Martin Air 8321, unfortunately lost transmission, was unreadable.
We would like to request a minute of
Yeah, I'm sorry, I did not catch that last part, but please pass the text. Oh, thank you very much, Martin. Air 8321, approved, report back.
Africa South Control, Mauritius 15 by level 390.
Mauritius 15, Africa South, good day, cleared MR flight level 390.
Cleared inbound by level 390, Mauritius 15.
Africa South Control, Avavia 1412 Heavy is back in cockpit.
Avianca 1412, welcome back. Springbok 6617, contact Johannesburg 134.40.
134.4, see ya.
Springbok 100 Africa South, today cleared MR flight level 350.
Echo back in cockpit.
Condor 34 Echo, welcome back. Ethiopian 809, contact Johannesburg frequency 134.4 Sierra.
Johannesburg 134.4 Ethiopian 809, bye.
Kenya 1914 Africa South.
Right.
Kenya 1914, turn right heading 220 for traffic separation.
Right, turn 220, Kenya 194.
Egypt 830 Africa South.
Yeah, of course I took all the biscuits. I'm the captain. Right. Once I finish my sandwich, we'll talk about the interesting topic startle and surprise. And I'll give you a couple of my real-world situations where I definitely had a startle and surprise. Now let me just go back to Ethiopian 711 Heavy is back in the flight deck.
711, welcome back.
Right. Yeah, so let's see. Oh. Progress. Yeah,
2008 Africa South.
2008, so the estimate time of arrival, so pretty much 3 hours. 3 hours from now. Nice. So map enhancement has a feature that's supposed to work like the extended night lighting. So it should prevent the lights from popping in distance. And from what I can see now at the moment, it seems to work. Because that's a very far distance away from us here. Okay, nice. So just got a reply from my instructor. So he's got he does have some free time next month, which is great.
134.4, baby at 1412 heavy. See ya.
That's good. Right, so startle and surprise. Now I talked a little bit about this on my video with that Vietnam Airlines flight. And I picked up that particularly that human factor because that is something that can make or break the situation. So if you react in a startle and surprise situation, it's very likely it's going to happen in a non-normal way, meaning the way you react physically, especially into the flight controls of the aircraft, can be overdone, because it is a very reactive input. And while pilots get training in these topics, we just have to accept the fact that startle and surprise is something, as we've already talked about, discussed, is a subconscious thing. So you can't stop startle. That happens, right? What you can do is, through training, is try to reduce the time that you are surprised, and make sure that you understand that situation, and you find something to help you mitigate the follow-on risks from that. So I'll give you an example, and I have many examples, but one of the examples, and I'll explain a bit more about what was going on. So, flight Bremen to Frankfurt on the 737. I was the captain. Man, some people are so loud here. So it was an early morning flight, 737, full house, plus jumps. So I had a fellow captain and a co-pilot on the jump seat behind me. And the 737 is a very tight cockpit. So we're taxiing out. So taxiing out, concentrating on the departure. It was dark. It was like, 6:20 in the morning, winter time, dark. And line up, got the tape clearance, landing lights on, and we go. Thrust set, 80 knots checked, and then at about 110 knots, so like 10 knots before V1, I see a huge bird appear on the right hand side, flying on a direct convergent course to us. And it was a big bird. It was like some sort of I guess what's buzzard? Is it buzzard in English as well? It was a huge bird. And the next second, it impacted my window. And it made such a bang. So, the bird appeared, and then bam! And I was like startled. Right? And luckily, because my hands, because it was before V1, my hands were still on the thrust levers. Yeah, so my hands were on the thrust lever still. So, yeah, Toto, pretty much like your bird strike on the Challenger, exactly like that. If it comes unexpected, man, exactly that kind of bang. And luckily the window didn't shatter, but there was a nice blood splatter on the right-hand side. My view wasn't obstructed, but I could see the blood splatter on the right-hand side. Now, luckily, I didn't pull the thrust levers back, but that could have happened. Just out of, startle and surprise, I could have theoretically just pulled back the thrust levers and then be surprised that I actually did pull back the thrust levers. Now, luckily I didn't, and luckily my first officer called out V1. But actually back then it was, for us it was go. And I heard that, and that brought me back into, you know, reality, back into the normal flows. And so I removed my hands from the thrust levers, heard the rotate, and rotate off the runway. But that is something, you know, you can mentally try to imagine all kinds of scenarios for departure, but literally there are always situations that completely surprise you and then, yeah, startle you. And then I remember thinking as we lifted off and we got the landing gear up, and then, you know, things quiet down again. I checked the engine instruments, made sure that there's no fluctuations or anything. Looked all good. There was no smell, because usually what happens, and I'll tell another story in a minute. But that was all good. So we climbed left turn on the departure route, and then I said to the co-pilot, tell the tower that we've hit a bird, that they should stop departures until they check the runway, which they did. And to my surprise, they didn't find any bird remains. But I mean, it was dark. So, but that bird was dead because we hit it square on the windshield. No way that bird survived. But God knows where that flew off to. But yeah, that was one of those situations where, you know, and then I thought, well, okay, airspeed indications look okay, right? So slowly I was thinking, some dogs, I was thinking like, okay, yeah, what other systems may be affected, you know? And then I started my thought process like, okay, so is there a reason maybe to not fly to Frankfurt, or the bird thought, I swear it was a plane strike. Yeah, that poor bird. I felt sorry for the bird, but yeah. So yeah, but in the end, I mean, I turned around and asked, you know, the other two pilots, I said, hey, you got any more inputs? Like, you know, crew resource management, like, do you have any more ideas? Like, anything I've missed or anything, you know, that would be a good idea? And they said no. No other inputs. All good. Yeah, another interesting incident. So we departed Frankfurt, going towards Dresden. And the funny thing is, if you ever experience these kind of situations, you always know exactly where you took off from, where you depart, or what your destination was, and you always know your altitude. And for this, it was again so peculiar because it was again nighttime. It was like a late flight to Dresden, the last flight, and landing lights were on. We were around 7,000 feet, and the next thing I noticed was a flash outside, and that's all I could see, is a flash. 2-3 seconds later, both of us sensed the worst kind of burning sensation. So something was like really smelled of, you know, burning, you know, somewhere. And then I just, you know, it's the same thing. You kind of get startled and surprised, and like, because I couldn't quite comprehend initially what was happening. Like, there was a flash, and then a horrendous burning smell. And it only took like, you know, another 5 seconds, and the cabin cooled, right? And then slowly my thought process kicked in again, and I was like, oh yeah, that must have been something in the engine, because, you know, the flash, that could have been a bird, right? And then, you know, and I checked the instruments again, all good. There were no fluctuations, no high EGTs, no vibrations, all good there. And then so I said to my first officer, you have control. I got the I called the cabin. So yeah, and the cabin said, hey, there's a really bad smell in the front of the aircraft. The rear part hasn't reported anything yet. And I said, yeah, I think I know what it is. Give me a second to troubleshoot. I call you back. And yeah, and 737 doesn't have an ICAS. So if there's no warning lights and if there's no abnormal indications, you don't have a checklist. So yeah, well, I was like, okay, so I asked the co-pilot, what are your thoughts? And he was like, that's a tough one. I mean, all systems are good. And I said, well, we definitely hit something big. I mean, like, I was actually surprised that I know birds fly at nighttime, but I was surprised that we're hitting something at 7,000 feet at nighttime. That was what I never imagined. Yeah, and then I contacted my maintenance. So we have some specialists 24/7 that we can reach via either ACARS. But we were still close to Frankfurt, so I could call them via radio. So I handed everything over to the co-pilot again and called maintenance. I said, hey, I'm pretty sure we had a bird strike, but instruments look good. So we're flying to Dresden, but if you don't have any means of doing a engine check in Dresden, then we can come back to Frankfurt as well if you want. And then they said, no, we got someone in Dresden. We've got a mechanic there. They have a maintenance hall there as well. They can do the checks there. So they had no objections for us to fly to Dresden that way. And then he got back. So initially he had like startled, surprise. Checked instruments. There was no checklist to do. Okay, then you do your normal foredeck. So facts, options, risk, benefit, decision, execution, and so on. Right? Yeah, so we continued. But if it had been a flight, like if I had to go to, let's say, Stockholm or something that's like 2 hours away, I probably wouldn't have done that. But Dresden was like 30 minutes. So going back to Frankfurt would have taken 15, and Dresden was like 30 minutes. So yeah, and one of the really weird things was, next morning I talked to the mechanic. I phoned him and asked him what he found, because I made an entry into the tech log. Potential bird strike, blah blah blah. Please check. And yeah, they said they found some minor blood traces, but they did a borescope as well. But they found nothing inside. And I was like, well, there must have been some of the parts of the bird going through the hot section because we could smell. Because again, remember that in the compressor you have bleed valves that extract bleed air for the for the engine anti-ice, wing anti-ice, and also for the cabin packs, so air conditioning units. And that's why you have that smell coming into the cabin very quickly. But yeah, they found no remains anywhere in the compressor section, which surprised me. I would thought even that we would have some bent, potentially some damage on the fan blades, but nothing. Really strange. No, so Andy, here's something you have to realize. An RTO at high speed is always critical. So, well, let's ask you this, Andy. In what way do you think a rejected takeoff would have been safer than to continue? And also, I'll give you another interesting fact in a minute, what many people don't realize. But a rejected takeoff at high speed poses risks because it puts the aircraft under such a lot of stress. that obviously things can go wrong, right? And that way, you know, even technically, if everything technically works, think of your passengers. I guarantee you, someone in the back did not strap in properly, or someone in the back is sitting kind of you know, crouched with their legs crossed, and I guarantee you, someone in the cabin gets hurt. Someone gets injured. So again, an RTO is a canned decision process. So canned decision, I'll tell you what I mean by that in a minute as well. Now Toto writes, so the hot section is extremely powerful shredder. Yeah, it seems like it, Toto. And of course, in the inner section, so if you think about a big fan spinning, to my understanding, if the bird hits on the outer ring, so the outer part of the fan, that puts a lot more pressure and potential damage onto fan blades compared to the inner side, where it's like literally close to the you know, the connection to the spinner or the shaft. So I guess we were lucky that the bird hit, you know, the hot section part, really the inner part, and not the outer part. Oh yeah, Ghost, absolutely. Yeah, so you know, we have a low energy state on takeoff. That's until the 80 knots or 100 knots for Airbus. So Boeing does 80 knots call out, and Airbus does 100 knots. So the slow speed part or the low energy part ends either at the 80 knots or the 100 knots call out. From that point onwards, you limit the amount of reasons why you would abort a takeoff until V1. Okay, so, you know, below 80, and that's why also, let's say on the 787 and 777 and 747, at 80 knots, you get that takeoff inhibition phase. So the takeoff inhibition phase means that only very important messages appear on the ICAS. Things like, you know, fire warning, engine fail maybe. It all depends on the aircraft type. But most messages will be suppressed, and they will only come and be shown at around 400 feet above the ground, or 25 seconds after liftoff, something like that. But that is there to help the captain, you know, especially the captain, to...
Ocean 71, my contact transfer 120.3, good day.
120.3 for Ocean 71, Mike. Thank you, goodbye.
So that helps in the decision-making process, because, you know, under such a high dynamic situation, you do not have the time to think everything through, right? So you get a message, and, you know, within 3 seconds the aircraft accelerates, you know, 10-15 knots, and so when you do your takeoff briefing as a captain, you also tell the other crew members how you would act in the low energy state, so below 80 knots, and then in the high energy state. And it's literally a canned decision process, meaning you're already deciding if a certain situation happens. So you don't discuss anything. You're not going to say, oh, that's an engine fire warning, I think we should abort. No, you already discussed that. You said any cautions or warnings coming through the inhibition phase, I will reject the takeoff. And also that means if I don't, the first officer will be saying, hey, you know, you sure you want to continue? Or, you know, he'd probably say, you said, you know, although he probably wouldn't say anything. He would just make sure that, you know, you are you are not, incapacitated. I guess what would happen if an engine fire warning came on, and I had briefed I'm going to stop. The first officer would expect me to say continue, or go, whatever the call out is. If I don't, the pilot monitoring would probably say, hey, engine fire. Kind of make sure I'm not startled to the point where I don't react. But usually when I've briefed something in regard to canned decision, other crew members will expect me to act that way. That's why we do this, because we don't have the time to analyze everything. Mike, no, I don't. No, this is, well, I mean, I'm using a lighting mod for the outside, but not for the inside. Okay, so that was that with the canned decision. And so again, anything happening like a bird strike, if it's not in the engines, or if it doesn't affect takeoff thrust, if it doesn't, let's give it a different scenario. So let's say I see the bird, and I hear a thump, and then I see, my airspeed indication drop out. That would be a reason for an RTO, right? Because I'm not sure how quickly I could give the controls over to the first officer in such a dynamic situation. Potentially I could, but maybe then that will be a point, reasoning to say, okay, I'm going to abort the takeoff here, because an airspeed indicator that completely gets wiped out. That's debatable, but I think if you did an RTO, then at least people would understand, right? Yeah, but otherwise, it hit the windshield, yes, but everything else was normal. There was no indications of thrust loss. There was nothing else that really, that fit into the whole thing of a canned decision process. So hence, yeah, I continued. Now, I'll give you another thing. So if I had accidentally, because I was so startled, pulled back the thrust levers ever so slightly, that is definitely a reason to abort the takeoff. Why? Because if I reduce the thrust for, let's say, 2 or 3 seconds, and then push them forward again, that means my whole takeoff calculation is no longer valid. Right. So if I then have an engine failure, potentially, if I'm unlucky, and the whole takeoff was so limited and so marginal in its margins, then you could potentially hit obstacles. Right. No, but hang on. But so Andy, what about the crack? So I understand your question, and I'm glad you're asking these questions. The windshield is extremely strong. Now, the inner pane.
Will I be receiving my arrival from you or the next?
Let me see how that was. There's an inner and outer pane. Now, because what we do, if you saw a crack, yeah, we'll do that in a minute, Ollie. Thank you. So you test with a fingernail to see if the crack is inside or outside. And I think if it's inside, that's a problem. Outside is not the problem. Outside is not the part that's carrying all the pressure. So if the windshield is cracked initially, no big deal. The aircraft is not really heavily pressurized at that point. So you would just continue, get to safe altitude, and then, well, then you have a fact. You have a windshield that's cracked, and then you go into the cracked windshield checklist. And then you go through that, and then you go through your foredeck and make a decision. Continue, yes, no. Okay. But again, a cracked windshield per se doesn't mean it justifies an RTO. Step climb, let's have a look. Vina. Yeah, you're right. I would agree. So let's do 2,000 feet.
Thank you very much. Great Jupiter Mike to reach
Yeah, recommended 380. Let's do that. Oh, hang on. Oh, no, hang on. It still says recommended 380. But max is for, yeah, I think. I'll tell you what we'll do. We're going to wait until we get optimum, like, 390. And then we'll go climb 400. We still have 2 hours 40 remaining. Yeah, that's enough time. Okay. Now I'm going to give you an example of a RTO that I did. I was a fairly young captain, still the 737, Geneva, flying to Frankfurt, and it was a peculiar takeoff because it was like late afternoon with the sun in our eyes, and the 737, so the 345-500 back then, so the classics, they had a electronic PFD, so they had displays, but they have it, the private flight display on top and the nav display on the bottom, and they're pretty small because on the side you still have that big airspeed indicator, the MASI, Mach airspeed indicator, you have a vertical speed indicator, the altimeter, etc. So that typical T instrument setup. So I remember that we took off, so we take off. I heard the co-pilot call out thrust set. I was pilot flying, and then I heard my co-pilot comment in German, my airspeed is running away. Also auf Deutsch, meine Speed haut ab. Which is a strange call out, like my airspeed is running away, and I was like, what? So I looked over, and the problem is I couldn't see the speed scale. The display and the lighting, I just could not see anything on his private flight display. But what I could see on his MASI, there were red flags in it, and the airspeed indicator was rapidly increasing. So I checked again, my airspeed indicator, it was like 50 knots, and I just decided to stop. I called out stop, put the thrust levers to idle. The auto brake did not activate at that point, so no auto brake activation, which was too slow for that. I just braked slowly, took the next high speed off the runway, and called tower, or the co-pilot called the tower, told them that we were aborting the RTO, aborting the takeoff. And yeah, the reason was it had a power loss. So the airspeed indicator had a power loss, and that's why it had red flags in it, and the speed just climbed, and then it returned again. So it, as we taxied off the runway, the airspeed indication went back to normal. So it kind of did a reset. Now, of course, I felt a bit stupid because of, sure, yeah, there was a reset of the airspeed indicator. And then I asked the co-pilot, what about your speed band? And then he said, yeah, that was normal on the prime flight display. So it was there was nothing wrong with the pitot or the static system on his side. It was just a power loss on the extra speed airspeed indicator. So unfortunately, it was an RTO. I had to write my report. I made a message to my fleet, and I had a discussion with my fleet captain over this, because they were like saying, you don't really have to do an RTO for that. And then I said, well, but it's below 80 knots, and as it says in the books, below 80 knots you can do an RTO for minor defects as well, right? It wasn't the high energy state. And he said, yeah, it's fine, don't worry about it. But yeah, it's something, of course, you have to do that quickly, that kind of decision. Another startle thing, also something I remember very vividly. That was on the 747, and we're flying to Sao Paulo, and it was like this. It was nighttime, so late at night, like 11:30 in the evening. We're approaching the Pyrenees Mountains, and it was nice and smooth, all good. No reports of turbulence anywhere. The controllers, they were all happy, and just have a look here. And then the captain. So I was a senior first officer. I was sitting on the right hand side. I was pilot flying, and the captain said, "Hey, maybe we should climb up to the next flight level, because then once we get into the South Atlantic track system there, we already at our altitude there, which would help us, because otherwise if you had to fly lower because someone else is taking your level, obviously then you have a high fuel burn." So I said, well, it's we're pretty heavy, and recommended is this and this, and then I said, yeah, but let's step up. And I said, okay, then so we request the next flight level, climb 2,000 feet. So we were at above the optimum. Yeah. Tiho, get to that in a minute. I was just seeing Ollie, look at this. So there's a traffic above us. I guess that's why we probably won't be getting a climb. He's already at 400. Yeah, that's not enough separation there, I think. So then we came over the Pyrenees Mountains, and we had a very strong tailwind, like 60 knots tailwind at that time. And let me get my pen and paper, or pen and iPad. Because that's an interesting topic as well.
Johannesburg and 134.4, Jan 316, have a good one.
A second.
Air 951, contact Johannesburg, on frequency 134.4, good day. 134.4, 951.
I just found an empty page here I can use.
That's after Kenya 762 back in the cockpit. Welcome back.
All right. Let's see. Right, airplay. Yeah, so Felix, we did a reset, and we checked the instruments again. Everything was running normal. It was a low speed RTO. There was no need to do anything like with regards to brake cooling schedule, etc., etc. So yeah, we departed again and flew to Frankfurt. So let's have a quick look here. Okay, so here we got the Pyrenees Mountains, okay, and there was a strong wind. Okay, so there was a strong wind, like with 60 knots. So we were cruising, happily along here at whatever 360 or something, let's say, and it was all smooth. So all good, right? And then suddenly, you could feel the aircraft being like lifted, and then the airspeed rapidly increased. And it took like 3 seconds, and then we were in the high speed. Right, so you know, overspeed warning on, all the bells and whistles, and the auto thrust did what it's supposed to do. You know, way above the commanded speed, it reduced the power to idle. Now back then, the procedure didn't call for the speed brakes to be pulled, because for us it was always a thing like, be careful at high altitude with sudden speed brake deployment, because here on the Boeing aircraft is not like on the Airbus, where it goes through, you know, flight control computers and they slowly raise and retract the spoilers. Here it's mechanical. You know, if you pull them up fast, bam, they just come up. The same, you know, when you stow them. So you know, it's always been like careful, especially on the 747 high altitude, careful, right? So you know, we were in the overspeed, just hanging there really, and then the next moment, it was like someone pulled the plug out of the weather system. So it felt, a sensation was like we're falling out of the sky. That's what it felt like initially. And the speed dropped so fast, and because we're so high, you know, above the optimum, we were, you know, close to the coffin corner, as it's called. So we didn't really have much margin to the upside and the downside. So that yellow band, so the low speed band, is already very close to that, right? And the speed dropped. Now it was still not anywhere close to the stick shaker. So the actual stall speed, where the stick shaker also activates. But the speed dropped quickly, and then we had, you know, low airspeed on the ICAS because we're in that yellow band, and then we hit some turbulence. And that combination, low speed and the turbulence, caused the angle of attack vanes to reach the critical angle of attack indication. Even though it just, you know, it's just for a few split seconds, that's enough to give you a stick shaker. Now, I remember that so vividly because both of us were completely startled and surprised. Like, you know, neither of us had ever experienced something like that in a 747. But the stick shaker, I was like, because I held on to the, you know, my reaction was to hold the yoke, even though the autopilot was still on. But I remember, you know, one hand grabbing the thrust levers and the other hand going onto the yoke. And then I could feel the stick shaker. And that kind of rattled me awake again. That was like, and then the training kicks in. And I remember that all I said was, stall, manual flight. And I threw the autopilot out. I lowered the nose and slowly increased thrust. And the moment you unload the aircraft, so you push down a little bit, the critical angle of attack obviously gets increased again. So your margin increases, so the load factor decreases, and so the stick shaker gets silenced very quickly. And we descended just a little bit, and then since the stick shaker wasn't active anymore, I slowly, you know, with the thrust increasing, I slowly leveled off. Oh no, you've got to be joking! Right, I'm going to give this aircraft back. It's broken. Hydraulic pressure, primary left. Why is there no? So, yeah, hold story. We have checklists to do. So here on the 777 and 787, if you have that rectangular symbol next to the message, it means that there's an abnormal procedure, electronic abnormal procedure in the checklist system here, which has to be dealt with. So, I mean, I can't really confirm anything here right now because I don't see anything here indicating, and also up here. There's no fault light. So I find it a bit strange, to be honest. Right, let's call up the hydraulic pressure primary left checklist. So, condition, pump pressure is low. Engine primary pump switch affected, system off. Note, thrust reverser on the affected side may be inoperative. Let me just go back again to the hydraulic page there. That's primary left, isn't it? That is a bit strange. Yeah, maintenance pages. Hydraulic. So, primary left. Selected on, running, yes. Shutoff valve open. Oh, hold on. Oh, look at the pressure though. Yeah. Good question. That's a good call, Bruno. Wow, that's interesting, isn't it? So look at this. So here's my confusion. Look here. And the reason is now I'm understanding the whole thing. You see here on this side, the demand pump is off. Why? Because the primary pump, so the right engine pump here, the primary, is running normally, producing normal power. Now the thing is, this pump is running. The pump isn't broken. The problem is the output wasn't strong enough. So now automatically the demand pump kicked in. So the output pressure is 3000 psi again, normal. But it is calling out correctly that the hydraulic pressure primary left has an issue. And so, like Bruno suggested here regarding the maintenance pages, here we can actually see that. Yeah, that is really well simulated. I agree. Crazy. Okay, so now I would agree that is definitely a valid indication. So let's go back to the checklist. So it's calling for the engine primary pump switch affected, system off. And I think that's a good idea. Primary left off. It's self-sensed. Because if the pump has an issue, if you leave it running at some point, it may completely disintegrate itself, or have a severe damage, which is a lot more costly, obviously. So yeah, that's off. And note, now thrust reverser on the affected side may be inoperative. Now I don't know, because I mean we still have the demand pump supplying pressure there. So I don't see why left reverser should not be working, but that's just my opinion. Okay, so and that was checklist completed. So under operational notes, it says hydraulic pressure, left, right, thrust reverser on affected side may be inoperative. Now we've got to be careful.
Mountain Air 8321, contact Joburg 120.3, good day.
Joburg on 120.3 for partner 8321, thank you, and a nice rest of your day.
Qatari 50 Kilo, contact Joburg 120.3, good day.
245. Okay. Now just got to be ready because we're in the Joburg area now, Johannesburg area, that we get a call now for frequency change. And Africa South from Ethiopian 711 Heavy. Yeah, did you call us regarding frequency change to Joburg?
Ethiopian 711 Heavy, there's been some problems with the AFV on Joburg side, so I have to hold you a little bit longer.
Okay, that's fine. We'll stay with you. Thank you, Ethiopian 711. Right, so they've got some problems there with the frequency, so we'll stay here. Okay, so there we go. That's the procedure completed. But yeah, that's a nice simulation there. Love it. I love how to get into that. That was a perfect example of there's a checklist message. So there's an ICAS met. There's something's wrong, and then you start troubleshooting because there was no fault light there, and it's like something doesn't make sense. So if I had my co-pilot, so I've got you with me, of course, all of you, but if I have my co-pilot with me, I would have done exactly the same. I would have said, hey, I don't understand, this doesn't make sense to me. And then also, maybe my first officer would have said, hey, shall we have a look into the maintenance pages? And then I would have said, hey, good idea. Right? So that's CRM. That's crew resource management. Right? You voice something you're confused with, something you think doesn't make sense, you speak it out aloud. Right? Don't keep it to yourself. Right? It's nothing on the synoptics. I don't know, Bruno. I don't know. Maybe there has to be a certain minimum pressure. At what point? Yeah, it will not just trigger the checklist, but also trigger, let's say, an amber light here or amber indication. Could be, Bruno. I don't know, because usually you have several sensors. There would be one for the pump. 134.4. Thank you, Ethiopian 711.
Kenya 76272 134.4. Good day.
Joburg, good afternoon or good evening from Ethiopian 711 Heavy, level 380.
Standby, break Kenya 760, unable, reduce speed 250 knots. Unable, reduce
yeah, Bruno, I can't tell you if that is 100% correct. How the how the relay aircraft would work, but knowing how thorough they were thinking about simulating failures.
The station calling confirm Ethiopian 711.
Affirm Ethiopian 711 Heavy, level 380.
Ethiopian 711 Johannesburg area, g'day, radar control, clear inbound level 38.
I'll maintain 38. Thank you, Ethiopian 711. So now we heard radar contact. So now he has us under radar control. Yeah, so Avimar, yeah, we got a message here, which is a bit confusing. So we had hydraulic. Let's say it again.
Upward 1 Charlie arrival and 034. Yeah, 760.
Let's have a look. Pressure. Here, this one we had. Oh, not demand. Disregard. No. Let's go again. Hydraulics.
Okay, so I'm going 339, just under flammable 160.
Primary left, right. That one. This one we had. And then we're a bit confused because there was no fault light up here. So on that 787, the fault light would pop up when it's below nominal pressure. Okay. I don't know. Again, I don't know exactly where that limit is. But I mean, nonetheless, again, I quite enjoyed that thought process. And then, yeah, I loved how Bruno said check the maintenance display, because here we have some more details. So here we could actually see that while the total output pressure is still 3,000 psi. Okay, the FCOM. Okay, then maybe that's a wrongly simulated. Okay, but still, I enjoyed the thought process there. So then we could determine that the message was not wrong. The message regarding the primary pump left and the output pressure, that is definitely correct. So yeah, that meant we go do the procedure. We switched that off according to procedure. So that was interesting. Very nice. Cool. Oh, and now status. Now we have lead pressure sensor. Oh my! What is going on today? How much longer do we have? 2 hours. What's the failure rate? What did I set? Can we set a failure rate here? This is getting scary. Hang on. Failure control.
Control, turn 951, we are back.
Penguin 3 to November. When ready?
Yeah, who knows? Boeing. Well, anyways, back to the story regarding the 747. So then we were out of the danger zone, if you like. So we had stabilized the aircraft. We lost 400 feet. But the problem is we couldn't climb up again because we were in the low speed area. We were heavy, and we were behind the power curve. It means that the thrust available at this level, with the weight that we had, wasn't enough to push us back up to normal speed. So we actually had to descend a little bit further at max power, max thrust, to get again into the front of the power curve, so that we had surplus thrust to climb us back up again. So we had to coordinate that with ATC. Now, what had happened? So what happens sometimes, and that's the thing, it doesn't happen always. But with that kind of tailwind, what can happen is that you get these rotors, right? So the air on the roof side of the mountain does these circular motions. So it kind of, it has, we call them rotors. So what happens initially, when you hit the first part of that rotor, the front part, it potentially increases your speed and kind of lifts you up, while as you transition through that rotor, and they can be fairly big. So initially you get an updraft and a speed increase, and then as you get through, you get the rotor downdraft, where you lose the airspeed and it pushes you down. And those can be quite drastic, right? And another fact is that the rotors, they don't extend that way. They actually extend in this sector. So if you actually encounter rotors, it's best to descend and not climb. If you climb, if you can climb, that is, you will stay longer in that rotor area. But the interesting thing again was for me that startle and surprise effect, where initially you just sit there in disbelief, like what's going on, and you're waiting for something to kind of snap you out of it and spring into action. And for me that was a stick shaker, because then I had a clear kind of physical spark, something really clearly telling me, hey, you need to act. And then the training, because we did this in a simulator often enough, right, where you do stall training in the simulator, and from then onwards it's like your trained procedure, and then you just act.
Possible 160 giant.
Oh yeah, that another thing. So I had to chuckle. Apologies for having a go of Captain Steve again, but when he said, so somebody, I didn't watch the video because I can't watch his videos, but somebody's telling me that apparently he said that he wouldn't have raised the landing gear on that incident with the 787 in Munich. And I thought, well, how would you get to that conclusion? Like, we're in the inhibition phase, below 400 feet. There will be no indication, like brake temperature or like tire pressure, right? Very unlikely you're going to get that. And so, you get airborne, and then you get into your normal flows. Like, also, and this is something I just do not understand from real-world pilots. And he apparently flew the 777, right? So you should know a heavy 787 or heavy 777 having reduced thrust for takeoff, and again, we're optimizing the takeoff thrust to a point where the normal climb out is just so slow. If you don't raise the landing gear, even with both engines running, man, your climb rate is not really helping. I mean, it's not going up that fast. So if there's no clear indications, like, either, you clearly heard popping sounds where you are absolutely sure that the tires have burst, you would raise the landing gear. Right. And honestly, to sit there at your desk without knowing exactly, what messages were there on the iCars, what they heard, what they sensed, and to judge fellow colleagues on their actions is terrible, in my opinion. So if the official report comes out, and the official report says they had a tire pressure indication there, or a hot brake, or whatever, and then they raise the landing gear, well, then of course criticize. But until that day, until they clearly have something against them, right? I mean, until that day, in my opinion, they've done everything correctly. So I don't know, sometimes these comments, yeah, they're annoying.
Area, hello, resume your normal speed and radar control, talk to him on Charlie, landing direction.
Don't get me wrong. If you, if you have a video out, so someone saying, real-world pilots, if you want, with his or her knowledge, if they're saying like, okay, this is what we know so far. We know that the aircraft took off. We know that a 787 usually takes about 3,000 meters runway length in these conditions. So if you have 4,000 available, you would normally expect the aircraft to lift off between 1,000 to 800 meters, in front of the end of the runway. So far, so good. So the aircraft didn't. The aircraft actually overran and was only brought into the air by a very aggressive pull-up maneuver with a tail strike. So we know, yes, something went wrong. It's clear something went wrong. It was not a normal takeoff. That's a fact. However, and another fact was that they found some skid marks on the runway at the end. However, from the pictures, you could see that there was a lot of tire marks in the touchdown zone. So at the moment, just from looking at the picture, you can't really say at what point did those skid marks appear belonging to that 787 overrun. You can't see that from that picture, right? So, you know, to argue that the brakes must have activated, you know, below V1 or something, how would you get to that point? How would you get to such a conclusion? There is no proof. Zero. So yeah, so the fact was they overran. The fact is they had some skid marks at the end, so something went wrong. Okay, then they lifted off. They got through the startle and surprise of the whole incident. Then they flew the aircraft. They aviated, they navigated, and they communicated. They did their analysis. They did their fact-finding, options, risk-benefit analysis, I think. They made a decision to return to Munich. They dumped fuel. They did 2 flybys at the tower to check the landing gear. And at the end, they landed. Those are the facts. And that's it. End of story. There is nothing else to discuss here. And there's no need to speculate about potentially one of the pilots, you know, pressing the brake pedals. Is it possible? Yes. Is it likely? I don't know. We'll find out. The same with the... Yeah, okay, so the brakes are electric. Okay, so maybe there have been cases in the past where somehow there was a malfunction. I don't know. I don't know of any of those. But that's all speculation. Leave it to the investigators, who are professionals, by the way, who know what they're checking, who know how to read the data recorders, know how to, you know, do a proper analysis. They will come out with a report with facts, and then we can take those facts and make a discussion about that, if you like. But up to then, there's no need to speculate. Absolutely zero. Yeah, Aki. Oh yeah, another thing. So the reason, the very reason why I got upset with him was he was really taking a hit on Lufthansa pilots. That was an A320, I think it was, out of New York, and then they had an engine failure or something, engine trouble, and then they took their time until they did a 180. Okay, you can criticize that. I mean, you know, sure, they took quite a long time to make the decision to return. They could have done that sooner, who knows. But
good evening, Bonnet 250.
I think, didn't they have it running in idle power or something? Oh no, it was windmilling. It was windmilling. And at that point, they had no hydraulic messages, whatever, right? It was all good. So they did their procedure to shut down the engine. It was windmilling. And then they slowed down, and they were on final approach. And then suddenly, that's I think what happened was the engine rotation spooled down because the slower airspeed, the slower windmilling, that they had a hydraulic message coming from that engine, right? And they opted to go around. And Captain Steve was having a go at that. Like, I would have never gone around. They saw the runway there, you know, like what kind of, you know, chicken decision is that? He would have just landed. And I thought, hang on. Did you ever fly an Airbus? Do you actually know how the principle works there regarding checklist system in the Airbus? Especially when it comes down to hydraulics, which may have follow-on issues, procedures to do, landing distance requirements they need to check. And these are legal things. So the only reason, if you want to disregard a checklist and a message there, a caution message, is if your aircraft is on fire. And the only thing you think as a captain that's going to save the aircraft is to ignore that and land. But they didn't. They had 3 out of their 4 engines. They were still high up, easy to abort. It wasn't really a go around. It was like, you know, they stopped the approach and slowly climbed up again. It was not a high dynamic go around. They did exactly what they were trained to do. they saw a checklist, a non-normal checklist pop up.
Yep, that's the first pop.
They couldn't clear it in time, saying that they couldn't understand what it meant. They didn't understand the consequences, regarding landing distance requirements, etc. So they just aviated, navigated, communicated. They stopped the approach, they went to safe altitude, got radar vectors from the controller, then had time to go through the checklist. They went through the checklist, looked at the status page. They may have done another round of landing calculations, and then they decided to do the approach. So, yeah, but I mean, sorry, Aki, that's not entertainment. That is for me, that's terrible. To hit on colleagues, not even having been in the flight deck then and there, and not even knowing about Airbus procedures. For me, that's just a red flag. Sorry, that's just, you don't do that, honestly. It is an obsession. Yeah, it is definitely. It's because obviously many people are fascinated when something happens, and they want to know exactly right now what happened, right? So a lot of people see them as heroes, explaining and kind of doing detective work, right? Trying to speculate on what potentially, and then in the end they can say when the reporters are, oh look, I told you guys. So no, it wasn't the first officer raising the flaps instead of the landing gear, and no, it wasn't something else. The other three things he speculated. Oh, in the end, the fifth speculation point, oh, you see, I told you guys, it was the whatever, right? What's the point? So yeah, for me that really annoys me. It really does. I find that despicable. But that's just me.
On Air 253, route direct to admin.
Confirm for Bonaire 253.
I mean, Hunter, in the end,
Route Bonaire 253, route direct to admin.
I'll give you another reasoning why it's really, with the Air India 787. No, Andy, never ever. No way. You can give me any amount of money in this world, and I would not do that. Sorry, I have my principles. No way. So so I know the mentality. I wouldn't say I know perfectly the mentality of Asians, right, and different cultures there, but I know that in Asia there's something. When you say something to someone, you've got to be careful. They have something called they lose their face. So you kind of insult them, even though you don't think it's an insult, but you insult them, and that really hurts their feelings. Or if there's something happening where someone may be responsible for the deaths of other people, that puts a lot of shame on the family. So to claim, without knowledge, without proof, to claim that the first officer raised the flaps instead of the landing gear, causing the crash, imagine what that does to the families of the first officer and the relatives of that first officer. And how disrespectful that is towards the victims as well, and the families of the victims. So why just not shut up and just leave it until we get the facts? Why go through such a process of speculation which hurts people's feelings? And it can be even worse. So yeah, again, I just find that terrible. So
Egypt 951 over to go direct Entebbe.
Yeah, so let's leave it at that. Now, here, if you ask me, were you a good pilot, or were you, a perfect pilot? No, I was not. What I can say, is that I took my job seriously. I tried my best to prepare, tried my best to train. Did I make mistakes? Yes, I made many mistakes. Now, luckily, I had crew members with me, co-pilots or my captain, who caught the mistake, and nothing bad happened. It's just part of the whole, job. It's a culture thing, and of course, if you make mistakes and potential big mistakes, it really annoys you, and it can hurt your ego, right? But that's just part of everything. Now, the important thing is that you try to learn from mistakes, right? Not trying to repeat those same mistakes, but also understand that you're not going to always get to the best results. You're not always going to get the best decisions. That is just part of it. Flyby, it's just general. So we started with the incident in Munich, but in general about how a number of social media self-proclaimed experts are bringing up the weirdest kind of speculation and theories until just wait. It only takes 4 weeks for the first report to come out, and then you can start discussing things. But yeah, I don't know. It's
Ethiopian 889er, cleared occupant 1 Charlie.
what do you think about this 787 physics mod? 787? Which one? Green dot. No, really? Yoda? Seriously? So it seems like the hydraulic fail simulation is correct. You went into the manuals. Well, Yoda, thanks for that. Incredible. So it was a hydraulic pressure primary left message and not a hydraulic pump primary. Yeah. So with a pump, it should have come on, but not with the pressure fault. Unless it goes down to a certain level, I think, right? Although maybe not. Well, if the pump itself has a big problem, like overheat or something, then I guess it would come on, right?
Oh yeah, sorry about that. Go ahead.
Yeah. Hey, cool. Yoda, thanks for checking that.
Perfect timing. We've reached tropic.
Hey, Ghost. Oh, you're flying the A350 tomorrow. Nice. IRL. Where to? GG's. So yeah, the physics mod. I don't think I've tried it. Right, here we got Joburg, guys. 1 hour 54 to go. Joburg. Yeah, I've been here at IRL many times. One of my favorite stops on the 747. Played a lot of golf here. I did you see, I forgot. Frankfurt to Palma in the 787. Physics mod. I don't know. The thing is, I would have to try again, honestly. Yeah, I know, Bruno. I'm just seeing the list get longer and longer. So that's definitely an issue with Autoland. Hey Yoda, what's Saru? S-A-A-R-U. I have no idea.
Kenya 762, turn left heading 290.
So a bleed pressure sensor left.
Lift 290, Kenya 760.
Euro 2 Victor Charlie with you for M360.
Euro 23 Victor Charlie, Johannesburg, hello, radar control, and I'll need you on a different level. Are you able to fly level 380?
Yes.
If I'm making hold up 380 for City Victor Charlie.
Euro 23 Victor Charlie, thank you, climb fly level 380.
Plane 380 to the electronics.
That looks normal.
There's a program for back.
Oh,
Hold it, cheers.
air supply. Init supply, line supply. 0, left side.
Kenya 762, speed 290 knots.
B290 knots, like, yeah, 762.
That looks normal. Yeah, high pressure was 0. But it's not showing anything here.
Ethiopia 129, confirm radar 124.5. 124.5, Ethiopia 109.
It's like the...
Lufthansa Cargo 8288, fly heading 240. When ready, descent flight level 23.
Yoda, how the hell... AHRS, good God, help me out. What was AHRS on the 787?
Heading 240 and descending flight level 200
Oh.
for Lufthansa Cargo 8288.
You guys. Look, I'm a pilot. Okay, so
Lufthansa Cargo 828,
an old pilot.
level 23.
Is it 17 in the cabin? Oh, hang on.
30 for the Lufthansa Cargo 8288.
Ooh, that is chilly.
Kenya 762, route direct.
Oh yeah, you're right. Okay, so... Yeah.
Egypt 83.
Oh yes, of course. Attitude. Okay. Yeah. Attitude. Yeah, now that rings a bell. Attitude heading. Yeah. Reference system. Yeah. Now I'm. Yeah. That's true. Time to get to the real cockpit now. I'm not sure. Good. All right. Yeah, that feedback will not be optimal. Oh, what happened to my? Oh, there we go. The Lanta just kicked it out, but it's back. It's got sabotaged, probably. Yeah, that.
Sorry, the last station just the call for then.
I've not seen that many issues pop up on one flight, so I'm not even sure how to set a failure rate. Can we actually do a change that?
Air 182 passenger just requesting 5 minutes of the cockpit, please.
Approved, roll back.
What is your thing?
Simulation menu somewhere. Okay, simulation.
Lufthansa Cargo 8288 on conversion, speed 270 knots.
On conversion 270 knots for the
Here.
Lufthansa Cargo 82887.
General sim. Oh, that's why. Too often.
Sorry, 8324, Jumping area, hello, radar control,
Yeah, let's do too often. I can confirm that. That was too often.
Now that's how pros do it.
It's all for entertainment. It's all for entertainment. Keep it now, or you guys are mean. But I tell you what, because you guys slammed it today with the gifted subs, we'll leave that on too often for entertainment. All right. What can go wrong? I don't know. It's dark, so who knows what can go wrong. Aye. Oh yeah, I'm gonna engine off. I hope not. Yeah, I already have an idea for the next video I'm gonna make, and it will cover several accidents regarding loss of control. Because there was a time where the most accidents that happened statistically were categorized with controlled flight into terrain, CFIT, controlled flight into terrain. that was for a long, long time the biggest reason why aircraft were lost. And a lot of lives were lost. Now, because training was adapted and because we had the enhanced GPWS system, so the forward-looking ground proximity warning system that works with GPS, but GPS was really the base that had to be installed for the EGPWS to be installed. Thank you much, Tiziano. Glad you enjoyed it. Now, at some point, that changed. So now, at the moment, I think it's still the actual reasoning for most accidents, the most critical accidents now is loss of control. And we've seen a number of accidents that can be or are attributed to loss of control. So you have to ask yourself, what is going wrong? Why are aircraft suddenly, exceeding their flight envelopes? And then, getting them out of the flight envelope, and the flight crew not being able to recover from that. And there's something, of course, has to be human factors. That's one issue. We get back to the topic startle and surprise. But it also comes down to training. And 120.3, Ethiopian 711 heavy. Thank you. But it's an interesting topic because obviously, as an example, the Air France 447 A330 that crashed off the South American coast, that was, of course, loss of control because the pilots failed to recognize the low speed and failed to recognize the aircraft was in the stall. Thank you much, Bruno. Fox Juliet Alpha Sierra. So, yes, the crew was partly blamed by that report, the official report. Because, again, they should have understood what's happening. And even if they had stalled the aircraft, should have been able to recover from the stall. They had enough altitude, right? But the thing is, it's not so easy. It's like, as always, Swiss cheese model. So you have several layers, and there's holes in each of those layers, and everything lined up perfectly. And that caused then, in the end, Joburg, good evening from Ethiopian 711 Heavy, level 380.
Ethiopian 711. Joburg, good evening, identified, continue flight level 380.
Continue 380, Ethiopian 711 Heavy. Now, for me, the reason why I bring that topic up is because... Oh, there we go, log on accepted. Bruno, thank you. The reason why I want to cover that topic is because there are several accidents that happened because of loss of airspeed indications. And I know that I was flying the A320 at the time. Actually, no, when the accident happened, I was on the, I think it was 2009, wasn't it? Yeah, 2009, June. Yeah, thank you. So, that was the Air France A330 crash because of the frozen pitot tubes. So, if you look at the Swiss cheese model, one of the Swiss one of the Swiss cheese slices was the lack of adequate heating of the pitot tubes. It was a known issue, and the pitot tubes were already in the process of being exchanged with heating systems that were stronger, because they were aware of the fact in certain conditions with supercooled droplets, so the amount of supercooled droplets hitting the pitot tubes and the heating capacity of the inner side of the pitot not being able to melt the ice quick enough, resulting in loss of airspeed indication. That was known. All right, so that was one of the Swiss cheese slices. And in 2009, when it happened, obviously afterwards, there were lots of recommendations regarding, the systems, regarding training, especially because the report of that Air France accident actually held again many remarks regarding startle and surprise. While if you could go and look at the reports from the Bergen Air crash, 757 crash, or the Air Peru crash 757 that happened only months later, also because of loss of airspeed. And if you take these three accidents, each one of them ended in the aircraft losing control. Although the aircraft could have been perfectly flown, even without correct airspeed indications. But that's just a side note. The thing is that all three cases had different issues initially. So the Air France had pitot tubes that froze. The Bergen Air had the captain's pitot tube blocked by, they think it was a wasp or some dirt because it was standing on the apron for about 21 days. And the Air Peru accident happened because maintenance was doing work, and they closed off the static ports, and the crew didn't see it either on the walk around that the static ports were sealed because they were doing work on the fuselage. And so different initial reasons, but in the end all of them resulted in the fact that the crew had either no speed indications or disagreeing speed indications. And so that was the trigger then for the EASA, especially Europe, to change training. And I remember that very vividly because I was on the 737 back then, and on the 737 we had a really kind of simple approach to it, in the sense that everything really, since you didn't have an ICAS, you only had your master caution panel there and some lights scattered around the aircraft that you could look at. But so many things you had to visualize yourself, and one of my first instructors, so when you go through type rating courses, it usually goes the following way. So first of all, you have theory about the systems of the aircraft. That takes about 3 to 4 weeks. Then you have a test to make sure that you've reached a minimum knowledge level regarding the systems of the aircraft you're going to fly. Then comes the practical phase in the simulator. So be it fixed base or procedure trainer, which covers normal operation. So you'll be shown operation of hydraulic systems, what happens if you do this, you do that, and so on, right? So normal operations. You do your wordings, checklists, procedures, approaches, etc. Everything normal. That takes about another 4 to 6 weeks. Hey, Tando. Hi there. And then comes the last phase, which is the abnormal phase. So then you go into all of the emergencies. And literally, I don't think it cover absolutely everything, but literally like 90% of all the potential failures you can have, you'll train. Now, of course, there are failures you're going to practice again and again and again, i.e. engine failures, engine fire, RTO, hydraulic things, gear, flaps abnormal, those are things, right? Hey, Dennis.
Wonderful evening.
Dennis, thank you so much for the 49 and a good evening to you as well. Hope you're doing well. So you go through the abnormal phase, and I remember on 737 back then I had a fantastic instructor, and he said to me regarding pitch and power. So on a 737 we were flying a lot pitch and power, and we had 3 variants. We had 300, 400 and 500 variants back then, okay? So, and he said to me, since all of them had the same engine with the same engine thrust rating, he said to me, doesn't matter what aircraft you fly, it doesn't matter what altitude you fly, if you have ever a problem with the airspeed indication, autopilot off, auto throttle off, flight director off, and then pitch and power. But he said, don't look at your N1 or EPR, where we had N1s on them. Don't look at your N1, look at your fuel flow. And I was like, eh? Never heard that before. Usually I would always go with, N1. He said, no, because N1 differs a lot depending on the altitude. But if you take the fuel flow of the engines, that is much more reliable as a continued kind of value, a standard value, which works at 5,000 feet and it works at level 350. And he said, don't get hung up with the exact value, because all you need to do, you need to identify the issue, you need to stabilize the aircraft and buy yourself time. Time to get your checklist out, time to get your performance documents out, to look at these pitch and power tables, which are then much more accurate because they have different configuration charts, they have different altitudes. They will give you the exact half-degree pitch number and the exact power settings and the exact fuel flow values. But that doesn't help you if you are in a high dynamic situation just after liftoff and you lose your airspeed indications. Those charts don't help you because you can't get them. You have to fly the aircraft. So he said to me, once you've stabilized and you want to level off the aircraft, put about 1,200 kilograms fuel flow per engine and put a pitch between 3 to 4 degrees. More like 3 degrees, because then you, if anything, going to be on the higher speed side than on the lower speed side. Now, with those values, he said, it doesn't matter, again, it doesn't matter what altitude you're flying, you will never ever get the aircraft outside of its flight envelope. And that's the key in that sense. That's the key, because it buys you time, again, to get the charts out, to get the checklists out. 20.3. I have. Joburg again from Ethiopian, 701 on heavy.
Ethiopian 711, Joburg, hello, identified, cleared bound, flight level 380.
Cleared flight level 380, copied Ethiopian 701 on heavy. I don't know, we were already on there. We did call him Joburg, right? Pretty sure I did. Anyways, now, what that helped me was, it just gave me, and I tried it. He said, look, we're going to do this, and you know, I'm not telling you anything silly. Let's try it out. Log off. Oh no, hang on. You know, we're going to try it out. And then we tried it in the simulator, and it worked. So the funny thing was, he failed the airspeed indicators, right? We did the stabilization with the power setting and the pitch value. And then he said, guess what speed you're doing? And I was like, 230. Then he activated the speed indicators and we were like 225 or something. So sometimes we would be 250, sometimes we would be at 220, but we were never in the stall regime, and we were never in the overspeed regime. Right? So So that kind of, that's, you know, for me that clicked something. I thought, hey, that's cool, because I have difficulty remembering, you know, 3-4 different N1 values, and then trying to figure out, oh, I'm at 35,000 feet. Okay, N1, was it 75? Was it 85%? No, but 1,200 kilograms per hour, I can do that. So when I transitioned to the A320, we got to the point again where we had the, you know, airspeed unreliable abnormals, and I said to the instructor, can I try something? And he said, yeah, go ahead. So, you know, here we've got pretty much the same engines, CFMs 56, right? Apart from the A321s, which had IAE engines. So what I did, I looked at the standard fuel flow of these different engine types, and then I noted down mentally, you know, flying 250, 230, and always checked the fuel flow as we're stable at that speed in clean configuration. And again, it worked for all flight levels. It didn't matter if it was low down or, you know, high up. And so, for me, because of that incident with the Air France, because airspeed, also loss of airspeed was a topic, but also startle and surprise was a topic. So they started telling you in the briefing, he said, hey, EASA has told us that we have to do 1 or 2 startle and surprise scenarios nowadays. So I'm not going to tell you what's going to happen, but in those 4 hours, apart from the other abnormals that we're doing, there will be some startle and surprise scenarios coming your way. So be ready. And we didn't know what happened. So sometimes an engine failure, sometimes an RTO, sometimes it was, you know, I don't know. But I remember for quite some time, loss of airspeed was one of those scenarios. And because I had those fuel flow values in my head and the pitch values, I always had no issue stabilizing the aircraft. And again, it just helps you to buy yourself time. And then, you know, get the charts out, get the checklist. And these days, the unreliable airspeed checklists, they have those tables in them, right? They tell you for A320, you know, clean configuration, this flight level, to fly this airspeed, you should have power such and such and pitch such and such, right? Yeah, so they do. So, I mean, let me just go find something here. Yes, it's a bit. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so. Okay. So the 787 doesn't have it anymore. I'll tell you why the 787 is a bit different in a minute. Because of course, then, because of all these accidents, aircraft manufacturer were forced, or maybe they did it on their own account, but I think they were forced to bring out system upgrades, which helped the pilots to quickly get you know, some other information
Johannesburg, good evening, identified, cleared inbound, Buttermilk 41.
There we go. So I'll do a screenshot here. I can't show the whole table. So I'll give you a quick table there to show you what it looks like. So that is from the QRH. That is actually one of the pitch and power tables you would find in the unreliable airspeed checklist. The problem is, it is fairly far down in the checklist because obviously you have some memory items. So you have, autopilot off, flight director off, auto thrust off, and then depending on flaps take position or not, so clean or not, are you in the initial climb, are you in the acceleration phase of the climb, are you level flight, and then you have instructions to level off, and then it tells you to use the tables, right? So you can see that, for example, clean 60 tons, flight level 200, pitch about 4 degrees if you're below level 250. If you're above level 250, it's about 3 degree pitch, right? And then it tells you the N1 you should set, and then it'll tell you the expected speed. Now, so this tells you what, if you set this pitch at this flight level with this power, the resulting airspeed should be such and such. All right. So what you can do then is you can have a look at your different airspeed indications and say, okay, mine shows 210, the standby shows 240, and the first officer shows also 240. Well, looking at it should be 245. I think you can say that my indication doesn't make sense. So we will trust the first officer indication, for example, right? But it doesn't help you, that whole checklist, that doesn't help you if you can't stabilize the aircraft, or if you get the aircraft outside of its flight envelope by trying to stabilize it. As Tiziano, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter regarding if you lose everything. We do the training for that. So we lose everything. We lose altitude and speed indications, literally everything, right? Exactly. So Bruno will tell you now that, as an example, the first thing that they implemented at some point was the backup speed scale. So as you switch off, the procedure tells you to switch off all the ADRs because you can't really tell which indication makes sense. Then the procedure would tell you to switch off all of the air data reference units. Then that would switch the backup speed scale. And then you have that green band, amber, and red bands. Yeah, so, and it works with the angle of attack sensor, right? So it looks at your configuration, flaps up or not, or which flap setting you have. Then it looks at your angle of attack, and also what you would use is the GPS altitude, because the GPS not only gives you position information, it also gives you altitude indications. Now, these are of course referenced to the geographic model of the GPS system. It's not 100% accurate regarding your height, but position, where's my GPS? I'm not sure if I get it here. No, I don't get it here, do I? Progress. I'm pretty sure you could do that on the Boeing. I mean, it had a backup system as well for that. Oh yeah, so Bruno, thank you so much for that. So
Johannesburg radar, Kenya 2 Sierra Lima, flight 360 inbound Aspen.
Kenya 2 Sierra Lima, Johannesburg, can you identify, continue inbound, final 360.
So, that's what I was talking about. Yeah, for the A320 family, right? So yeah, we switched all the ADRs off. That was the first generation. Then you had that fast, slow indication, right? And it worked with the angle of attack sensor. Now, it didn't mean that you were always perfectly on the correct speed in the sense, you know, but it kept the aircraft in its flight envelope. And also changed with configuration changes. Then next generation was the reversible backup speed altitude. And so, for example, the FSLabs simulates that. So it's a push button, so it gives you that indication, but it's reversible, and you don't have to touch the ADR buttons. Okay. Now the next gens, I don't even know. So step 2. Yeah, isn't that kind of simulated airspeed? So it gives you kind of not just a slow fast, it actually gives you a theoretical airspeed. Now they cross out the 0 because it's not that accurate, but it gives you a, you know, a fairly good indication what speed you should be on. And then step 3, yeah, lots of more things coming. Yeah, thanks, Bruno. Now, on the 787, it actually had a very neat system where it had 3 different airspeed data modules, computers, let's say, would separately calculate individually their airspeeds. And then obviously if one was different to the other 2, it would already ignore that one. And also, a weird thing about the 787, the indications, the source of the pilot, of the captain and the first officer, comes from the same system, which I found at the beginning hard to, you know, so if my indication is wrong, then also the first officer would be wrong. However, internally, the system would vote again for what the system thinks is the correct indication. So if one differs from the other 2, the one that differs is being ignored, and the system would switch over and vote the next value and indicate that. The problem is, though, if one has already failed and then suddenly the 2 remaining disagree, then the pilots would have to, of course,
Qatar 3 kilo off, you're calling on guard to check your frequency.
Their procedures and determine which indicator is correct. But the cool thing is, so at some point if all 3 systems fail, or that the pilots say, I don't trust them, you could get the aircraft switch over to the GPS altitude and angle of attack airspeed. So it would tell you AOA speed in amber, but it would give you an airspeed indication. I think the last digit was also, I think, yeah, it was like X'd out or something, or a line through that. But it also said on this side, it said GPS out. But again, that was accurately enough, working with the angle of attack sensor, or in combination with it, with configuration stuff, etc. And that worked really well. So it doesn't have a line through it. Yeah, I honestly don't exactly remember if they had a line through it or not. But anyways, I mean, that was great. The complication really was the checklist. Because if it sensed some problem, you would go and start the checklist, you would start doing some switching. And the problem was that you had to understand that at some point, if suddenly you've done some switchings and you then find out, you know, 2 agree, and you have voted out one which doesn't look correct, then even though you had unreliable airspeed, now you've done your switchings and now the indications are good, then you can simply get out of that checklist, right? The checklist wouldn't make sense anymore to continue. And that was kind of a bit strange to understand that you could stop a checklist and just, leave that as it is and then continue with the other normal operation. But yeah, so the systems, the architecture has evolved, helping the pilots to overcome that confusion and find something, a value to trust, right? Fun fact, the A320 autopilot autothrust can keep level flight with airspeed loss based on pitch and power tables, so automatically. So they added that sometime after the Air France incident. Okay, so well, that's another thing, right? So there's another, proof that, technology has evolved, aiming together with pilot training, aiming to reduce those loss of control incident and accidents. No, it's not sea level. It's their so GPS uses a reference model, and I keep want to say something with geonoid or so WPS 84 or something.
Did you turn 951? Can we get 10 minutes out, please?
951 approved, pull back.
Okay.
Yeah, the World Geodetic System 1994, right? And it's an reference ellipsoid, a reference ellipsoid. I'm reading it German. I don't know why. I should read it English. Hang on, maybe try to get the English translation. Don't need to make my life more complicated than it is. Right, English.
Good night, Black Box.
Ghost, good night. Thank you so much. Yeah, hope to see you soon. Now, there's some great websites out there. So for that, the Earth isn't exactly round, so it's not a perfect sphere. Why? Because as the Earth is rotating, the equator is obviously wider. So the how we call it, the equator axis around that, the Earth is kind of elongated compared to the pole to pole distance. No, yeah, that's why it's ellipsoid. Yeah, exactly. So that's the reference model, and that's what the GPS altitude is based on. So sometimes, let's say the Himalayan mountains, the GPS would tell you, obviously, altitude, I don't know, 35,000 feet. But of course, your height above the mountains is a lot less. And it's also not necessarily sea level. Right? So, but I mean, it's actually enough. I mean, we're talking about, I don't know, a couple hundred feet maximum difference between, if even that much. So, well, I call it height, but above ground level, height. Height is something a lot of people understand better than above ground level. I don't know. The captain, regarding 787, the captain, prime flight space, showed the voted left ADRF data. If the left ADRF data fails, it shows the center data. If the center fails, it shows right data. Okay. And the first officer shows right voted ADRF data. Hang on, right? Oh, so the right PDF shows voted ADRF data. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Thank you, Yoda. Yeah, so, but nonetheless, again, these are things that are not 100%. You couldn't fly an autoland with it, obviously, but it's good enough to keep the aircraft in its flight envelope, and that's the whole point. Trying to make the whole airspeed unreliable less complex for the pilots. allowing for the fact that pilots initially will be startled and surprised, and then be able to stabilize the aircraft. That's what it's about. Right. But initially, of course, like I said, initially, like here, for example, yeah, 3 tons per engine and a pitch around 2. Well, we're flying very fast. So if I set, let's say 2.7 per engine and get about 4 degrees, 3 to 4 degrees pitch, the airspeed would go somewhere to about 240, 230 indicated and stabilize there. But you can see it gives me ample margin, high speed and low speed. And it's the same value. Doesn't matter if it's 5,000 feet or you know, up here. It depends on the heavy jets, obviously on the big jets. You've got to allow for some variation because it does matter, of course, if you are at max takeoff weight or if you are at, you know, normal landing weights. Right? It has a huge regime. Yes, there you're going to have to adapt a little bit with the fuel flow. Thank you so much, Rich, for the £2 super chat. Rich, thank you so much for that. There's the applause. Thank you so much, man. You can test the GPS altitude actually quite easily using your phone on a plane. With some GPS app. In cruise, I found to be around 1,000 feet off, okay? Yeah. Tando, yeah. I mean, like I said, you know, I have a lot of flight time. And I've been through many different phases regarding training. So, you know, I know when it was controlled flight into terrain, we had, I don't know, lots of training regarding navigation, in navigational systems, how to check your position accuracy, and then the pull-up maneuvers, right? So yeah, lots of training back then, but then things evolved and focus, the training focus changed. Rich, you feel like being back in the air cadets, learning in-flight dynamics, and yeah, well, there's a good saying from Captain Joe, right? A good pilot is always learning. Tanda, you consider being a pilot and leaving engineering, okay? Drehstörpilot, guten Abend. Sorry for the call out. What was the okay? So the least EBT training is electrical abnormals, especially A320. I hated them, and even on the 787, the electric abnormals. Oh, they're such a pain in the neck. Such a pain in the neck. So electric, I always hated it because it would always mean lots of systems fail, and you've got to get through all the little bits and pieces and try to, like a puzzle, try to figure out what's working, what's not working. Then usually some displays would fail, and especially on the 787 you had to switch around displays like crazy, trying to get, you know, some indications. Oh, and the best, the funniest, hang on, the one of the craziest abnormals on the 787, I kid you not.
So on 287, present altitude 4,500 feet, given H is 1016.
Counted 4,500, QNX 1017,
There's a checklist. There's a abnormal you have to train on the 787. It's called loss of all displays. I kid you not. You lose all of your displays except the little standby instrument, because that of course runs on a different power source, different software, whatever, right? So
1253, hello, radio check. 1253, climb Mach decimal 86 or greater for separation.
Now, I can read the checklist. So condition, all 5 forward displays
Control Bonnet 253.
and both head-up displays are failed.
Radio check.
I hope it's not calling me. It didn't ping me yet. No, we're still good. So we're still not at the boundary. Yeah, so lots of displays. So to restore partial display operation, engage autopilot only in heading hold, track hold, blah blah blah. Do not use L Navina, flight rule change, lock, FAC or autopilot. Auto throttles inoperative. Use captain's audio control panel, left tuning and control panel, TCP, and the left radios for communications. The following items are inoperative: wing anti-ice, window heat, wing anti-ice, window heat. And then you do a left CCR reset. Wait 1 minute. If partial forward display operation is restored, that's it. That's all you're going to get. If it stays blank, CCR right reset switch. No, sorry. CCR reset both switches. Push. Wait 1 minute. If partial displays operations restored, end of checklist. If the displays stay blank, request radar vectors from ATC if available. Alternative navigation capabilities needed. Left TCP nav key. Oh, and then yeah, on the third display down here, on the third TCP, you can enter latitude, longitude information, switch heading reference, inoperative items, landing in normal extension inop, alternate gear extension needed, auto brake inop, auto speed brake inop. The following items may be inoperative: fuel pumps, cabin altitude, passenger oxygen, officer observer audio control panel, center right TCPs, HF SATCOM communications, thrust reverser, nose wheel steering, center tank pumps, cabin altitude. Yeah, it's. Wow, it's a crazy checklist. I mean, like I said, that was a headache, absolutely a headache. Yeah. Hey Henry, thank you much. How are you doing, Henry? Yeah. So there are a couple of abnormals that I really didn't like training, and yeah, electrics was one of the big topics. 1 hour to go, guys. We're getting close to the destination. Would you believe it? And anything else broken? It just what happens if you reach the end here? Does it have overflow, like a page 2 or something? Crew rest smoke detection. Okay, so forward. So unfortunately, guys, we're going to have to wake up the crew, then allowed to. Oh really? So the Embraer has 3 CCRs and separate power. I don't know. I guess at some point they had to save some weight and some electric power. Now let's check. Do we have do some aircraft fly holding at Cape Town? Why can't I? Just try that again. There we go. Right. No. No holding yet.
125 Lima, Joburg, good evening, identified.
But there's many aircraft inbound. Ooh, there's like... Let's see. There's a string of aircraft inbound. And we are, of course, part of that. But where am I? Oh, here I am. Oh, we're getting close to the next sector, Cape Town area. 25.1.
New Zealand 174, Joburg, good evening, identified.
Voyager, you think so? Yeah.
Fly max
Yeah. The thing is, the problem is, like I said at the beginning, most heavy aircraft can't vacate Charlie 1. They're going to have to take Bravo 3. So the runway occupancy time is a lot heavier here, a lot longer.
5.1951.
We're going to have to do a fuel check again. Hang on, this one. Yeah. So let's fetch some wet. Oh.
Johannesburg evening, Bonnie 351, Romeo inbound, Appman, flight 4340.
351 Romeo,
spoilers.
cleared inbound, flight 340.
Checklist.
Cleared inbound, 340. Johannesburg, Bonnie 253, this is my check.
Now we're not supposed to do that, pretty sure, so let's do spoilers.
555, sorry about that.
Condition: one or more spoiler pairs are failed. Roll rate may be reduced in flight. Speed brake effectiveness may be reduced in flight and during landing. So this will be you would have to consider this in the landing distance requirements. So the landing distance would get a bit longer. I'm not sure. Can we do failures in here? Oh, sorry. Show landing. Let's have a look. Take 1 line. Oh, maybe wet. Let's get the 80s quickly. Hey Lilienthal, guten Abend, wie geht's? So that is checklist is complete. And this one we're gonna override. Don't need that. So now we're gonna clear that. And let's get com menu. Flight information, ATIS request. Fox Alpha Charlie Tango, and here send. Large message. ATIS. Oh, maintain 160 to 14E, okay. Arrival 19, transition over 85, wind 1909, 10 kilometers, fuel 3000, temperature 13, 1021. I'm just going to do 190 at 5 again. Give myself some buffer, 19 degrees, and 13 and 21. 13, 21.
10454, Johannesburg, good evening, identified, cleared inbound, level 3.
Now landing weight. So we're going to burn off another 4 tons. So that's about 100. That's a 183 landing weight, quite heavy. 183. Let's do 5 knots additional. 5 knots addition. No, and then let's do none because we're not sure if that reverser is working. Now, unfortunately, we can't do non-normal checklist yet. That's a shame. Okay. Now let's do flap 25. Anti-ice off brakes 3. Here it says 2000, and we have available. So a quick look here. We have available.
Euro 50 Victor Charlie.
About 3,200.
Euro 50 Victor Charlie. Johannesburg, identified, state inbound, button 380, and just confirm your MAC number.
MAC decimal 855.
Zero 2 Victor Charlie, roger.
So we have landing distance available 19. It's 3,201 meters, so full length. So we could even go maybe config auto brakes 2. Yeah, so that would be plenty. No, Unity is all good. It's quite entertaining, but yeah, we have a very high failure rate set. So unfortunately, it's like every 5 minutes we get the failure.
You're much quicker than everyone else around you. Descend Paddable 360.
Right, let's do. Yeah, Drehschnurpilot, you tell me. Let's have a quick look here and make sure we do another fuel check. So Egnom.
Papa 219, route direct back off.
So we'll be there in 4 minutes. And that's 4 hours 24. So we're good on time. Fuel. 14.4. Yeah, so we did burn through a lot more fuel.
Direct back off, Suffer 219.
I guess because we did climb up another level, but I mean that can happen IRL as well. So we need 8.7. We have 11.2. So we have about 15-20 minutes holding time if needed. Hey Easy 87, how are you doing? I had an in-flight diversion into the Azores due to fumes a few days ago and had to think about you something about plan continued flights a few minutes ago. Oh really? Oh wow, okay. Yeah, that's a tough one, especially if you're the first officer. That is hard to fight against. Oh. What's the most challenging route? I think back in the days when we flew to Russia, especially wintertime, the more distant, Ekaterinburg, Kazan and so on, that was the winter upstairs, that was a challenge. And then, meters conversion, ATC, yeah, definitely were a lot of challenges. Now, long range. Well, Africa is obviously. No, St. Petersburg was okay. That wasn't too bad. But yeah, we had Africa operation. That's always a challenge. And then again, going towards India, if you had to go through the very little sector north of Iran, and they had to go through Afghanistan, Pakistan, that was also very challenging. So whenever you have uncontrolled airspace, it does get challenging. So flap, let me have a look. Brakes all. Now it doesn't say that the automatic spoilers don't work. Now I'm going to do one reverse in up here, and landing weight was 183, I think we said, correct? Uh, 183. Yeah, 183. Right. So I'm using that VPT calculator. Yeah, you're right. It didn't really improve on the approach time, which I find a bit weird. But yeah, strange. So let's do brake setting. Okay. So here,
Contact 568, contact Coburn, Crescent, contact Cape Town, 125.1.
Cape Town, 125.
so here are the landing calculation results.
Sierra, Sierra, Golf Papa,
So we can see autobrake 1 doesn't work. Now autobrake 2 would work, and autobrake 3 also works, obviously giving us enough margin.
Yeah, still with the wrong fixing.
Now,
For 1344.
this gives us, so autobrake 1 is too much, 2 works, 3. And then you have max, it was 4, I don't see, 4 is I guess there, and then you have max manual application. So that's unfactored, obviously factored with a 15% additional.
Identified, set inbound, level 403.
Yeah, we'll take the factored.
Papa 219, contact.
So the question is more about, so even if the spoilers, well, some of the spoilers don't extend, and only if you have one reverser, normal brakes, assuming nothing else fails, I don't think it's going to make such a big difference to the landing distance. So in the interest of vacating the runway quickly, because we're not going to be able to make Charlie, what was it, Charlie 1 or something? Yeah, so we're not going to be able to make this one, I think, because that is like only
Kenya 19014, contact Cape Town 125.1.
125.1, thank you for the right time.
No, I don't have any info on the vacation there. But yeah, let's take it easy. Let's go autobrake 2, and then vacate at Bravo 3. That's fine. So we can already set 2. Now the argument though is because normally I would have done a flap 25 landing, but a flap 30 gives us 129 knots, so 6 knots less speed. So looking at potentially spoilers missing and potentially one reverser missing, yeah, it would make more sense to go flaps 30. So flaps 30 or autobrake 2 is the setting. And we do that. So do landing 32. Yeah, 2 to 25. Yeah, we'll do that. 1022, thank you. I'm going to dial that in already. So that's 22. Top of drop. Anything else? Let's have a quick look here. ILS. Yeah, there's definitely some high terrain there, and with potential radar vectors. Let me draw in that MSA circle there. So I'll draw in. And that is around Charlie Tango Victor VOR. So let's go Charlie Tango Victor 25. And then there's one radial. It's going to be north. So north. I put 360 in there. Seriously. Yeah, weird. Then we have 070. That one there. And then 190. And that's all the sectors. So here we have 9,000 in here. Here we have 4,100, and there we have 6,100 MSA. So 9,000, 4,100, 6,000 there. Cool. Alrighty. Yeah, so we're going to descend initially towards Airbus, but this arrival is scrapped, so we're not going to do that. So from Airbus, we expect either holding or radar vectors. Potentially, first of all, inbound to Charlie Tango Victor VOR, and at some point, radar vectors ILS Zulu 19. It's going to start 3,000. We have a 3.2 degrees descent angle. Minimums cut 1. Yeah, we can do the 2.9%. So 350 is my minimum today. So let me, oops, volume 350.
I'm 287, unfortunately I'm going to be closing. There is November 18.
Okay, thanks for the...
So 350 minimums. Missed approach, climb to 4,500, runway track until 4.5. Charlie Tango Victor.
Aircraft on frequency. This sector is now closing. For further, contact Africa Control 134.575. Good evening.
Thank you very much for your service. I do appreciate it. Bye-bye.
Okay, so I'm already in the Cape Town. Let me try 1251. Yeah, there we go. Fox Alpha, Charlie Alpha. And over, nice. So let me have a look. Cape Town, good evening from Ethiopian 711 Heavy, level 380.
Ethiopian 711 Heavy, Cape Town area, hello, good evening, about level 380.
Maintaining 380, Ethiopian 711. Cool. And we should be locked on.
Ethiopian 841, redirect position ERDAS. After ERDAS, expect radar vectors for the ILS approach runway 19.
Direct ERDAS.
Yep.
After ERDAS.
Oh, hang on. Yeah, but center is FACA, next center. I'm not sure. It doesn't say that we're logged on.
Egypt Air 951, after ERDAS, expect radar vectors for the ILS approach runway 19, redirect ERDAS.
There we go, AirDAS, you see? That's the thing, they're after radar vectors. Good. Right, so let's have a quick look here for the approach. Missed approach. Oops. So 4.5, then left back to Charlie Tango Victor to hold. Or radar vectors.
Ethiopian 841, descend to flight level 200.
Good, so we've done the flap 30. 129 knots.
Captain Center, first to make reaching 18.
That's large.
France to Mike, Captain area, pass the message.
First to make for reaching 18.
I was afraid of that. Pass a message again.
France to Mike, I'm sorry, but that was inaudible.
First to make reaching 18 intersection.
France to Mike, roger that.
Look at the clouds. Nice, moonlit clouds there. Where's the moon? Oh, there. It's full moon. Nice. Okay, so regarding our in-up systems. So we have DME left, LEC TRU-C2, bleed pressure sensor, whatever that is, radar altimeter left. So we should be getting information from altimeter right, the radar altimeter right. ILS center is in up, so no autoland for sure. Crew rest smoke detection, doesn't really matter.
We are reaching
And the spoiler actuator.
we think we are out of fuel control.
Air France 2, Mike, I will hand you over when you leave my airspace.
Please send him over now.
We are 1 minute from leaving your express, France 1.
Yeah, take the microphone off your mouth. Oh, some people. All right. Anyways, so yeah, we talked about the fact that maybe spoilers are missing, and maybe the left
When ready to send
reverser won't. But I hey Henry, yes, exactly. So I think the reverser will work, but if it doesn't, no problem. We worked out the landing distance is enough, so that's plenty. Cool. Yeah, anything regarding special threats? Now taxi in. Let me have a quick look here.
Link 798 Charlie, hit on area hello.
Show menu.
Link 798 Charlie, unfortunately, we are not accepting non-event traffic at the moment.
Ooh. Right, so after we vacate hotspots here, so we've got to be careful taxiing in, and then there's lots of parking spots there.
I went to ask for the arrival, so am I supposed to be with you or am I supposed to be on a different
Stormy Flyer, please no. I hope not. So let's see, I've done some screenshots about arrivals. Runway 19, all staff suspended, pilot's route, Airbus Direct Charlie Tango Victor. This will be broadcasted on the ATIS.
Monday 4575 for Europe to Victor Charlie.
Alright.
And our first Mike leaving your express have you good ignition.
Yep.
Air France 2, Mike, contact, Jahan, disregard contact, Africa South 134.575.
134.575, France to Mike. Thank you very much, sir. Have a good evening.
Bye. Oh, thank God for that. Right. Anything else? Special threats? Do you guys see anything? Yeah, we talked about the reverser stuff and that sort of stuff. So ILS center not being operative. Right. Let's see. Anything else? So we have yeah 109.1 191 degrees pre-dialed. All good. Oh yeah, let me do the following. Look here. So 183 miles.
Leave aspect heading 090.
After aspect heading 090, Cathay flight 98.
So with that wind, 120 knots wind. I mean, headwind component is like 80 knots, 80 knots headwind component. Normally we would take about 115 miles, let's say 120 miles in total track distance. But with that headwind, that's about 20%, isn't it? So we need about 100 miles. So 100 miles prior to the airport is probably enough. So that's about 75 miles, yeah. So I would agree with the top of the send. I think that looks okay. Looks fine.
Number 568 is about to reach top of descent.
Number 568, descend to flight
Hey,
level
Javier Mao.
200.
Don't jinx it.
Descending to flight level 200 with Lufthansa 568, thanks.
Oh wow, someone's flying from Casablanca. That's a long flight today, isn't it? That's a long flight. Good. Okay. I'm ready. Are you guys ready? Always. That's the right answer. No, the right answer would have been I was born ready. Oh, joke. But ready for no. Right, let me fetch the ATIS here one more time. Let's go com. Information Foxtrot 19 Zulu. Well, that's about 40 minutes old. So that's pretty much the same. Egypt
Air 951, descent to flight level 200.
Let's have a look here.
Descent to, is that descent now or descent already?
Forecast transition level.
Descent now.
descent
85.
now, 200.
So let's change that here.
Ethiopian 841.
Anything else we can do in here?
0, leave Erdas, heading 275.
In it. Nope, looking good. All right. 50 miles to go.
Ethiopian 841, confirm it's heading at flight level 160.
Oh yeah, another thing I remember that from the Air France 447 crash, one of the items the investigators flagged was
Qatari 558, contact Cape Town approach 109.7, have a great day, see ya.
Was training for the high level flying, manual flight at high level. And that's what we did as well. We got to lots of training. Now, I'm not happy with that because... So yeah, I didn't realize the ILS DME would be broken as well with the DME left. So the problem is that we... Well, no, we don't. Well, we would need 8.9 Charlie Tango Victor. So that's interesting. So even though it has an ILS DME, it doesn't take that as a descent point indication. So Charlie Tango Victor is enough. So what I'll do, I'm going to put that on the right hand side, Charlie Tango Victor, to make sure we have a DME distance to check our descent point. Hey, terrain head. No, I'm alright. Not too bad. So the other option I would have is to fly an RNAV approach. So that will be the other option. Yeah, so exactly, the FO side has it. So, oh, you mean the FO should also have DME? That's true. That's correct. Yeah, you're right. So the FOs should have the ILS DME there. Yeah. The flight so far was entertaining. I would say. The problem is that we have a very high failure rate set. It says too much in the menu there. It says that hang on, where was it? Yeah, mean time between fails too often. I agree. That is definitely too often. So yeah, let's do approach. I'll take the RNAV and the IS. So very good. Alrighty. Yeah. Hey Svenja. Svenja, hast du vorhin gar nicht gesehen. Die Kaffeetasse. Muss natürlich heute sein, klar. Vorzüglich. Yeah. So for those just joining, yeah, we have got a couple of items here, so potentially, yeah, my left radial altimeter won't work, but I should see the right hand altimeter there. There's spoilers maybe in some of them. We had a hydraulic issue where we had to switch off the left primary pump, so the demand pump has taken over. But as far as I can see, the left reverser should work. And then we just hope, at least I hope, I know you guys don't hope. But I hope that we have no more failures coming up. And then we have a remaining flight time of roughly 25 minutes to go.
Lufthansa 568.
Yeah, shopping list of failures. Absolutely.
Heading 090.
Do you help the FlightFactor develop? No. I'm looking forward to it. I mean, honestly, right now, I'm very excited for the fact that not only are we getting the Horizon mod version 2, we're going to get the Vector 787 and Microsoft Flight Sim, and at some point, I guess sometime next year, which I don't know exactly what time, we're going to get the FlightFactor 787. If the FlightFactor 787 is at the level of detail of the 777 here, then it's going to be a very nice airline. Yeah, exactly, Yoda. We can compare. Oh, nein, Svenja, all good. Nah. Although, I mean, in the meantime, I did rage a little bit about someone, some influencer. So, only for a few minutes. I was like, but all good now. Who? Doesn't matter. Let's not go there again, okay? Let's just move on. Let's move on and enjoy the weekend. No, I'm not gonna. All good. Right, so yeah, Stormy, they did acknowledge. Right, reset MCP. Ethiopian 711 heavy request descent.
Ethiopian 711 heavy, descent to flight level 190.
Descent flight level 190, Ethiopian 711. Right. That's what Nate was saying. Let's do it this way. That's much faster. Okay, cool. Let's do this. And let's go with idle, VNAV speed. Down we go. 19,000. Yeah, Aviamar, I know. I mean, who doesn't, right? But still.
Ethiopian 711.
Traffic.
Say again, please. We have a TCAS traffic advisory.
Monitor vertical speed.
Ethiopian 711, then turn left, heading 230.
Left 230 and TCAS RA, Ethiopian 711.
And anyone for we have a visual on traffic, and we're able to maintain separation.
It's such a cursed thing to say in cruise, but don't worry, you guys should be separated now.
Right. Yep.
Control 102.3 requesting 5 minutes to the cockpit, please.
Oh.
Report back.
Thanks.
Down the area, G'day, New Zealand 174, flight level 340.
So he was above me.
And New Zealand 174, Captain area, hello. Clear inbound flight level 340, redirect position ERDAS.
Correct, ERDAS. And inbound flight level 340.
Right, is it TCAS? It worked. That's interesting. That was the first TCAS RA I had in the FlightFactor. So is that red area? And it told me to get the pitch out of that area.
Captain area, Euro 23 Charlie Vector with you.
Okay, Lufthansa 568, contact approach 1097, see ya.
So I think here, I should have switched off the flight director, I think.
Egypt Air 951, fly heading 275, contact approach 1097.
I don't know. The thing was on the Airbus, it was autopilot.
Heading 197,
No, that was. I should have switched autothrust off, I think, right? So flight director.
Good area,
Euro
You leave off?
23 Victor
Oh,
Charlie.
I forgot. I honestly don't remember. Let me check. Let me refresh my memory. TCAS.
Euro 23 Victor Charlie, cleared inbound flight level 360, redirect position Erda.
Redirect where, sorry?
Erda.
Direct Erda for Euro 23 Victor Charlie. And what is the star and arrival runway, please?
System stars are not in use at Cape Town. Expect vectors for the ILS bridge.
Expect vectors for the ILS bridge, which runway, please?
Entebbe 31 Charlie 0, maintain flight level 200.
Open 31 Charlie Zulu,
I have to check that with the ones.
160, leave aspect heading 090.
Elias, the problem is, that
Ethiopian 711, redirect position Erda.
back on course at us, Ethiopian 7-1, thank you.
Kenya 1914, fly heading
Right, and
275.
NF. And let's go back to VNAF. So the problem is, I have a force feedback yoke. So I do my sensitivities over the yoke app. And not through the so I do it through here with the profile manager and not through X-Plane. Is it Lufthansa?
I think everybody 351 Romeo inbound.
Yeah, these Lufthansa planes. Aye.
351 Romeo Cape Town area. Hello. Clear them out level 340. Redirect position Erdas. Reposition Erdas. Bonnet 351 Romeo.
It's bumpy.
Captain hello, Bonnet 25 Lima Victor.
Bonnet 25 Lima Victor Cape Town area. Hello. Clear inbound level 320. Redirect position Erdas.
It's not really slowing down, is it? Look at that. I have to dial down the vertical speed. Idle power. Now it's slowing. It was Kenya Airways, I thought so, right? A little traffic to the right. You ordered a new joystick in July from Verpol. Okay. Yeah, I may have some news at some time. I can't say it just yet, but there may be a couple of new packages arriving soon. So.
119 thank you, bye.
Hello, Springbok 62, FO410.
Springbok 62, no one told you to monitor. Make sure you stay on my frequency.
Almost there. We have remaining flight time about 20 minutes. Yeah, hardware. But I'll let you know when it arrives. No. But I'm excited for it. So we'll see how the cockpit will evolve over the next couple of weeks, months actually. Could be interesting.
FedEx 2969, Captain Area, hello, cleared inbound flight level 330, redirect position aspect.
Alright.
Boxer 201, Captain Area, hello, cleared inbound flight level 400, redirect position Erda.
What is it with GTA 6? It's like, I don't know.
On Air 253, report Mach number.
I did see some game footage, and yeah, the graphics are insane, but the gameplay.
Back with you now.
Oh, perfect timing then. On 253, report your Mach number.
Phuket, hello, good Abend.
0.6. Correction, 0.86.
On 253, roger that. Reduce speed to Mach decimal 84.
84.
Now I'm going to go with level change here. Let's go data. Yeah, I don't see any restrictions for that matter. So chart clip. Yeah, I'm just going to go with the ILS chart here.
Kenya 1914, return position Erdas, after Erdas.
Well, we are getting a bit high in the profile. We'll get the speed brakes out.
We are heading out 275 right now for Kenya 194.
Yeah, but...
yeah, I heard that, Henry. GTA 6 trailer crashed Netflix. How crazy is that?
So it's going to be redirected to Erdas, and then leaving Erdas, heading 275 again.
Right, they're getting the headings. Right, let's get myself into the landing position here. Get the old bones moving.
Ethiopian 711, report indicated airspeed.
Ethiopian 711, 270 knots indicated.
Ethiopian 711, roger that. Speed 250 knots or less.
250 knots or less, Ethiopian 711. Right, there we go, level change, speed brakes out, slowing down. No, it's not Rose Fire. No, I can say that much. It's not that.
Emirates 3, Echo Foxtrot, heading should be 075.
Heading 075, thank you very much for being the head Emirates 3, Echo Foxtrot. We'll let you know what we have right now. Thank you again.
Kenya 2, Sierra Lima, descend now, flight level.
Yeah, fish cop.
Descend 200.
You got it 100%. But the thing is, no joke, I already warned her. And I had to tell her that I don't have to pay for it. It's free of charge. So, don't know if she believed me, but yeah, no, I'm at a point. So the only thing I would have paid myself was the A320 overhead panel from Wind Control. That I would have ordered myself. Although I still don't know how to mount that thing. I just do not know. Hello, Fly Sky Slow. Thanks for the 15 months. Appreciate that. How are you? Your greetings. Temperatures -8. So if we do enter clouds, potentially, I mean, it's on automatic. Automatic anti-ice.
Sorry, Kenya 1914 reports.
Right, let me get the landing lights on here. Let's see when we enter the clouds.
Kenya 1914, right back.
Mountain hops. So apparently they have a mount, but I've not really seen it yet. So I don't know.
Kenya 1914, make no transmission. However, you can contact approach 109.7. Yeah.
So there's 190.
109.7, thanks. Great to see you in the event. Have a good night.
Speed out.
YouTube break. Ethiopian 711, descent to flight level 160. Contact approach 109.7. See ya.
Descent level 160, 19.7. Thank you much. See you next time. Ethiopian 711.
Kenyan 20 Lima after Erdas. Take flight.
Now let me check the ATIS here. Oh, what?
200.
No way. Leave me alone. Oh no.
Japan 951, speed 160 knots until.
This is L11 symbol generator.
164 knots, I want.
Approach, good evening from Ethiopian 711. We are out of 190, descending 160, information Foxtrot.
Ethiopian 711, I'm going to show you now that identified descent to flight level 90 for delay vector, turn right heading 310, speed 250 knots.
Yeah, we have speed 250, turning right heading 310, and say again the cleared level?
90.
Descent 90, Ethiopian 711 heavy.
Left to the 568, turn left heading
So we have level change 90,
130.
heading select.
Turning right to 130, Lufthansa 568.
Right, checklist.
Apologies.
Single source displays.
And left to the 568, speed of 160 knots until 40 ME.
Right.
160 knots until 4, Lufthansa 568.
Egypt Air 951.
Conditions. Some or all display units use a single source of display data. Note, both primary flight displays and NDs are just both NDs. Both primary flight display and NDs, or just both NDs show information generated from a single source. Okay. The lower center display unit may be blank, or may not be capable of showing all normal formats. The left EFIS control panel controls either the right PFD. Okay, so hang on. Can I change
right
stuff?
160, cleared let approach, runway 19, Lufthansa 568.
Kenya 1914, turn right heading 290.
Right turn 290 now for Kenya 1914.
Confirm 290.
290. To the left now?
No, right.
Okay, right turn 290, Kenya 194.
Egypt Air 951, turn left heading 210, plate on express runway 19.
Disregard. No, so we can use different. What's this?
Egypt Air 951, I need you to respond to the first time when I'm calling you. Left heading 210, plate ILS approach runway 19.
This.
Left 210, plate ILS 19.
Right, that's not for us.
Ethiopian 31 Charlie
So
Zulu,
spoilers,
050, speed
thrust reversers, and single source
240
displays.
240 knots, and say again, heading please.
Let's do descent
right
checklist.
050, sir.
050, Entebbe, 31 Charlie Zulu.
Alright, let's do recall. Single source and spoilers. Right, recall checked. Notes were checked just now. Auto brake 2. Landing data. We got VREF 129, minimum bar row 350 feet. Approach briefing completed. And that's the approach descent checklist complete.
Tower 118.1, and I'm going to shoot an unknown choose one, so I finished it.
118.1, Lufthansa 568, Genova.
Twilight Zone.
Egypt Air 951, when established, contact Tower 118.1, bye-bye.
When established 18.1, bye.
Ethiopian 31 Charlie Zulu, turn right heading 090, descend 3,000 feet.
Right, okay, so let's look. We're still outside the MSAs, so it's a good idea.
Ethiopian 711, turn left heading 260.
Left.
Speed left heading 27, correction 260.
Okay, left heading 260, Ethiopian 711.
Kenya 1914, right heading 300.
So 260 on the heading.
4,000 feet,
And then
right heading 300, speed 230 knots.
Alright, slow to 230, down to 4,000, heading 300.
Yeah, level change.
Kenya 194.
Yep, that's my mistake. Disregard the descent 4,000.
Okay, so continue down to 5.
Yeah, MSA. Let's check that here quickly. So we are navigating around here. So grid is 5.9 currently. So 6,000 is the lowest we would accept at the moment.
Ethiopian 711, speed 220 knots.
Speed back 220 knots, Ethiopian 711. Speed back.
Tower, good evening, Ethiopian 951, we're on ILS at 1119.
Egypt Air 951, still with approach. 118.1.
Apologies, 118.1, sorry.
Cheers.
Right. It's having a hard time to slow down, that's for sure.
Approach low, Springbok 62, F1
And we've got 40 miles to run.
Springbok 62 identified, descent to flight level 90, after Aztec 10, left heading 090, landing runway 19.
The weather looks pretty clear. So it does extend the night lighting. Look at that. So the map enhancement, if you select that option regarding night lighting distance.
Ethiopian 711 right, heading 270, speed 200 knots.
Right, 270, speed back 200 knots. Ethiopian 711. Right. Flaps on, speed check.
Speed 250
Flat
knots. Springbok 50.
Kenya 20 Lima.
The ILS itself is identified, but we're not going to get a DME here.
Turn right, heading 320.
The first officer has a DME, but we are using this one here
Turn right 320.
to determine our descent point.
90 for Kenya 20.
Now, I'm going to go put this here. Actually,
Kenya 19140 is at 3,000 feet.
3,000 feet now, Kenya 1904.
Kenya 19114, speed 220 knots.
220 knots now, Kenya
no, that
1904.
doesn't work. Let's do that. There you go. Let's extend the center line now from the ILS. And
Ethiopian 31 Charlie Zulu, turn right, heading 120.
we have currently 34 miles,
Ethiopian 31 Charlie Zulu, turn right, heading 120.
but we have a lot of headwind, so that helps. And we're slow already.
Ethiopian 31 Charlie Zulu, turn right, heading 120, speed 160 until 4 DME.
It's not me.
Ethiopian 31 Charlie Zulu, Cape Town approach, turn right, heading 150, descent to altitude 2,000 feet, speed 160 until 4.
150, 2,000 feet, speed 16. Ethiopian 31 Charlie Zulu.
Just confirm. Okay, now, right, 160. Cleared ILS approach, runway 19er, speed 160 until 4.
Igor, hello, thank you. Exactly. Yeah, we're still on 12.3. I don't have 12.4 yet. So 12.4.4, yeah.
Ethiopian 31 Charlie Zulu, I need a full readback, please. Confirm, speed 160 until 4
we have a few issues.
Speed 160.
So DME was the first thing that failed, but yeah, we have some other minor issues.
Kenya 1914, speed 200 knots.
But nothing to declare emergency with.
200, Kenya 1904. Hello, approach 180,
1210 kilo identified on departure and radar control, climb to flight level 15.
Aye, so we have lights on already, seatbelts coming on. Okay, put these on already.
Springbok 62, turn left heading 030.
That's 030, Springbok 62.
Yeah, there we go. There's a lot of aircraft inbound right now.
Kenya 1914, turn left heading 270, speed 180 knots.
270, 180 knots, Kenya 1914.
Ethiopian 711, speed 180 knots.
Speed back 180 knots, Ethiopian 711. Flaps 5.
Ethiopian 31 Charlie Zulu, contact Cape Town Tower 118.1 bye-bye.
119.1 31 Charlie Zulu, thanks.
Springbok 62, descent to 5,000 feet, QNH 1022.
5,000 feet, QNH 1022, Springbok.
Oh, weird. I don't know.
Kenya 1914, descent to 2,000 feet.
Good. So we're coming down to 90.
Ethiopian 711, descent to altitude 5,000 feet, Cape Town QNH 1022.
Descending 5,000, KNH 1022, Ethiopian 711. Right, 5,000.
Kenya 25 Lima, turn left heading 260, correction 250, descent to 5,000 feet.
Then we'll read the approach checklist.
Kenya 25, correction 2 Sierra Lima.
Approach altimeters 1022.
Turn now, left heading
Check 3 times.
240,
Approach checklist.
descent to altitude 5,000 feet, the QNH 1022, and your speed 250 knots, please.
There's a coastline.
Left heading 240,
There's
descent
the
5,000.
coastline.
And speed 250 for Kenya
This
20
could be
Lima.
the airport.
Kenya 1914, speed 160 degrees until 40, sorry, speed 160 knots until 40 ME.
160
So
to
the
4.
we have currently 25 miles. Yeah, we should be okay. We're already at flaps 5, so energy state is not too bad. Fuel state 11.4. No delays expected. Now, if we do go around
Very clear for the approach on the setting for Kenya 194.
So we have roughly, I would say, 2 tons extra.
Negative. I will give you the approach heading just now, but at the moment you'll be scanning so they can see now.
Yeah, so we could do a second approach.
But I have you on a radar. Ethiopian 711, turn left heading 230.
Left 230, Ethiopian 71.
Kenya 1914, turn left heading
I'm even too worried to. I'm scared to look at the status page.
220 cleared ILS 19 for CG 194.
What?
Kenya 2.
Localize is already showing.
220 knots.
Speak 220, Kenya 20 Nemo.
Now let me try something here. So let's go. Let's try preset 3. There's no change really, is there? Oh god, that's bright. Ah, okay, so that's lower down. Ah. No, don't. Just fail all displays.
Ethiopian 711 on present, cleared ILS approach runway 19.
On present heading cleared the ILS approach 19er, Ethiopian 711. Right, I'm going to go with localizer.
Ethiopian 711, for last transmission speed 160 knots until 40 ME.
And 160 to 40 ME, copy it, Ethiopian 711.
Kenya 2,
Flaps 15.
Springbok 6.
So lock armed. I don't have a glide stop indication just yet, just a localizer. So we'll go with that. Just going to check something here quickly. In a second. Looks okay. That's fine. Out. Now 5,000 intercept would be theoretically out of 15 miles. Here's the glide slope. Come on, speed. A bit slow on the acceleration there, but alright, got locked and lights slope armed. 160 to 4.
Kenya 1914, established contact tower 18.1, bye-bye.
Yeah, I flew with for Lufthansa. I mean, now that I'm retired, I can name that. No problem with that.
Kenya 27 Lima, correction 2 Sierra Lima, descent, correction is reduced speed to 200 knots.
Speed 200, Kenya 20 Lima.
Springbok 62, speed 180 knots. 180 knots.
Light slope is alive.
And
localize alive. Lock.
Flight level 160, heading 0060.
FedEx 29690, check late and approach hello identified, turn left heading 040.
Oh really? He retired to 23 Henry? Yeah, maybe I did, but don't post the name. Don't post names in here, please.
Delta 5000.
But yeah, potentially.
Left 040, QNH 1022, FedEx 2969.
Ethiopian 711, contact tower 18.1.
18.1, Ethiopian 711. Thank you, bye.
Tschüss, schönen Land.
Schön.
Contact ground 121.9 at Ethiopian 31 Charlie. Thank you, bye.
Light slope. Cape Town Tower, good evening. Ethiopian 711 Heavy ILS Zulu 19.
Ethiopian 711, Cape Town Tower, good day, continue approach, number 2.
Continue approach, Ethiopian 711. Well, I hope so.
Kenyan 1914, surface winds 19.
At the moment, weather. But I just learned that my instructor has 4 more dates available until the mid-September, so hopefully we'll find some time there. Alrighty, 4 miles. Missed approach was 4.5. 4.5, so let's set missed approach 4,500 set. Shall we do some hand flying? Question mark. Manual thrust. Manual fly. Let the fun begin. Oh, how I love EPRs. Not. I just really dislike EPR settings. Ay. Oh yeah, and you know what? I'm going to switch off the flight director right now because I got the FlightFactor on. Because yeah, the FlightFactor has an issue with the localizer tracking, or at least the flight director indication there. Slightly high, correcting. That's a bit early for the gear. Greaser, I'll try my best. Like on my last landing here, IRL. Yeah, that was whenever I fly here in the sim, I've got little tears in my eye. So for those that don't know, my last rotation before I retired was to Cape Town. Beautiful weather. Alright, gears coming down. Yeah, so we do have indication there for the radar altimeter, but yeah, that's coming from the FO side. Flaps, careful with the speed, you need to not slow down too early. 160 to 4. Flaps 25. Oh, now we're high. Come on.
Tower Delta 221 Alpha with you on Alpha 2.
Let's correct that.
Delta 211 Alpha, Cape Town target day. Might be a slight delay getting you out because there's quite a lot of traffic coming inbound at the moment. I'll try and get you out ASAP.
Roger, Delta 221 Alpha.
Cape Town Tower, can you enter Sierra Lima? Establish 160 until 4.
I have no idea what PAL settings I'm in.
Kenyan 2, Sierra Lima, Cape Town target day, continue approach number 2.
Number 2, continue. Kenyan 2.
1,000. That's too much EPR.
Ethiopian 711, expect very low landing clearance.
Copy it, Ethiopian 711. No problem.
Scenery flag.
I think so. Right, getting slightly low here, let's correct that. Landing.
Kenyan 19, can you just quickly disconnect so I can land this aircraft and then connect when you want the taxiway?
Yep. Landing check is complete.
Ethiopian 711, surface winds 170 degrees, 90 knots, runway 19, clear to land.
19, clear to land, Ethiopian 711, thank you. Right, let's do this. Landing check is completed, clear to land, wind 7 knots headwind. Let's see. 500. Land this aircraft. What trim there? Power settings okay, 108.
400.
Not bad.
Delta 211 Alpha, behind the landing Ethiopian now to a 1 mile short final, line of way, runway 19
it's the FDG scenery. Has a slight offset to the runway there, lol.
Delta 211 Alpha, if you can, behind the Ethiopian, just about to touch down, line of way, runway 19, I'll get you out ASAP.
Yeah, inland in traffic, line up in way to Delta 211 Alpha.
Springbok 62, continue approach number 3.
30. pointed. Yeah.
Canyon 19014, thank you very much for that.
Alright.
Welcome to Cape Town. Continue Bravo, hold short Charlie, contact the ground 121.9.
Oh, something switched over there. Interesting. Right, we've got a reverser green. Decel, let's close the reverser. Right, let's kick the outer brakes off. Let's expedite vacating.
Springbok 62, just for information, you're number 1 to land.
Roger.
I'm worried about the display here. So that's what I meant. I could have taken Charlie 1. I didn't realize that was so close to Charlie 1 there.
Delta 211 Alpha, the surface winds are 170 degrees at 9 knots, runway 19, you clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, Delta 211 Alpha.
Ethiopian 711, welcome to Cape Town, continue Bravo, hold short Charlie, contact the ground 121.9.
Bravo, hold short Charlie, 119. Thank you much, Ethiopian 711. I didn't realize the lighting is so bad here. It's completely off from the taxi line. How crazy is that? So let's go 1219. Yeah, my displays are really messed up, and I think that's the failure, isn't it? So the issues we had with the
All of them, did you copy the taxi instruction? Roger, taxi to taxiway Alpha 1 and crossing runway 16 to Alpha 2.
So hold short Charlie's got the apron, so we've got to hold short here.
And runway 16. No, 19, sorry.
Cape Town ground, good evening from Ethiopian 711, holding short Charlie.
Evening, Ethiopian 711, you can continue your taxi straight ahead on Bravo in sequence with the Kenyan 787-800 to stand Bravo 14.
We continue behind the aircraft ahead, Bravo, and they stand Bravo 14, Ethiopian 711. Thank you. And let's have a look where we are going to park.
Good evening, Kenyan 1914. Welcome to Cape Town. You can taxi straight ahead on Bravo to stand. Let's see what stand's not taken so far. You can taxi to stand. Would you like a terminal or a remote stand?
The APU, you're right. Oh, I forgot about that.
Roger that. You can taxi to Alpha 7 by Bravo.
Bravo, thank you for the message.
So switch off the strobe lights.
And Ethiopian 711, would you like a terminal as well?
Yeah, we'd appreciate that, Ethiopian 711.
Not from at all, Ethiopian 711, you can taxi to Alpha 3 via Bravo.
Hey, Bravo, stand Alpha 3. Much appreciated, Ethiopian 711, thank you. So Alpha 3 it is, nice, cool. Taxi. And then we have the stands. There we go. So Alpha 3 is... Wow, that's the last position.
And all up on 354, you can now go up to tower 1181. Have a great flight.
Yep, flaps coming up as well.
Way to 118.1.
So the SG fail, you can see the... That's really having a fit here at the moment. Blimey. Let's get TCAS off as well. I'm glad we're down, honestly. Like, this flight could go so much worse. Terrain, weather radar off, Traffic off. Traffic off. Right, anything else we forgot?
And Hotel Alpha Bravo Alpha Kilo, you can also go over to Tower 181. Have a great flight, Skip.
Tower 118.1.
I think we're good now.
Bravo Alpha Kilo, thank you very much.
Oh, that's a nice view.
Last station calling, static landing.
Tower view. Gift circ. It's going to be a fun night for the maintenance, absolutely. I mean, you know, you have to keep them busy. Yeah, you have to keep them kind of, you know, in their game, right? Ajax. Oh, maybe it's the Beta version, Flash. Schau mal, ob die Beta-Version anklicken kannst. Und dann nochmal updaten. Vielleicht ist das der Grund. Dave, this is called the Aura X. So I can show you the name here. You know. So that's what it's called, Aura X. I would really suggest not updating to version 1.2 because there you're going to have an issue with the mouse middle button, I think. So I've left it on 1.1, which is fine for me. So Alpha 3 is yeah, a bit further down.
Good night, Black Box.
Lee, mach's gut. Bis bald. Dankeschön. Schönen Sonntag. Yeah, last time I was here, we parked somewhere here. Because the aircraft was parked until the evening. So we arrived morning, and then return flight was at 6 or so in the afternoon, evening. Is it go around? Yeah. So you understood what I meant with, you know, long time on the runway. But yeah, I could have vacated Charlie 1. Could have made that turn, but I just saw the taxiway too late. That would have helped the controller for sure. Right, let's turn off the taxi lights. All lights off. Here's Alpha 3.
Roger, low, Springbok 62, holding short of Bravo. On Charlie.
Good evening, Springbok 62. You can continue your road. You can roll. Yes, listen to me. Welcome to Cape Town. You can continue taxi right onto Bravo to stand Alpha 5. Have a great night.
Yeah, we're good with Alpha 5, so right on Bravo and then taxi to Alpha 5, Springbok 62, thank you.
Yeah, display unit failure. Yeah, nice. That was a good turn to the gate, right? There's 777 somewhere down there. Oh, there we go. Hang on. Oh, there we are. 777-200 is there. That's a pro lineup there. Stop right here. Parking brake on. And now don't touch the heading selector anymore. Where's my dome right there? Oh yeah. Good. Shut down items. Let's make sure we have the APU electric available. Yep. Okay, so shut down the engines. Oh, that should be off. Everything's broken. Beacon. TCAS. Anything else? Checklist. Yeah, normal checks are shut down, parking brake is set. Shutdown checklist completed. Nice. I do have open sound, but I think here it doesn't work. Let me check. Yeah, it doesn't work here, unfortunately. Yeah, Rich, thank you so much. Yeah, thanks for watching. I'm going to do a replay of the landing. I'm going to log off VATSIM first of all, not to forget. And then, of course, we have the good replay function here. And let's have a look how we landed, shall we? Oh, there we go. So first we'll have a wing view. Tabletop Mountain, Lion's Head Mountain there. Harbour of Cape Town. Very nice. Storyfly, thanks. And before everybody heads out, big thank you, big shout out to some amazing people today. First of all, Silvusa gifting 5 subs, Voyager gifting 5 subs, MAN also gifting 5 subs, Stormy Flyer, thank you as well to you for 5 gifted subs. Aviamar, I was Aviamar, thank you so much as well for 5 gifted. Ghost, thank you for the 2 gifted. Then we had another gifted from Hunter. Thank you so much for Hunter for gifting us up to Toto. Let's make sure I'm not missing any gifted subs. Then the donation on Mitch, I think it was you on YouTube. Thank you for that as well. And Sim Caesar gifting, he gifted subs on the last stream, but for some reason they didn't show up until after the stream here. So Sim Caesar, gonna give him a shout out as well. Check out his channel here on Twitch, guys. Oops. Now, beautiful as we come down here. What a gorgeous view, man. Voyager Dankeschön. It is payware. It's the old FSDG scenery. Feels so slow, but that's real time. That's the normal speed. Ah, there we go. Here comes the runway, and nice. I'll take that. That looks okay. Yeah, it probably is explained in the scenery. Yeah, not updated. And Brain Compiler, thank you so much. 6 months, Brain Compiler. How are we doing? Nice to see you. Hang on, it was not just only a safe landing. Come on, hang on. You guys are so critical sometimes. Let me have a look at the... What I'm going to do now is going to show you something, multicam. I really love this feature. So while the aircraft is going back, let me just get some viewpoints here. And then we'll have the... and let's play. Oof, that's bright. Mods now. I'm using Aura X camera. I'm using BlueFX. I'm using ITC lighting mod. I'm using map enhancement, and I'm using SimHeaven. Oh, that's a shame. SimHeaven Pro for the what's called Export Pro or something. Nice, the reflection is beautiful. That looks so good. The lights at the bottom there, crazy good. All right, let's go back quickly. Hang on. Go back to multicam. Reset, place the cameras. Now, where I'm going to set the cameras for the landing touchdown, I think it was best is about here, right? Yeah, let's do one there. Alright, let's have a quick look again for the touchdown, hopefully. Oh yeah, that's a good viewpoint. Come on. Yes. Let me do that again, but I'm going to do multicam. Let's do multicam. Let's clear all of them. Let's do one down here. Oh, there we go. And let's hope. How much time do you guys have? You know I love those replays. That was a nice landing. Not too much flare. That was alright. Let's have a look for the tower view. Oh yeah. Yes, there's one spoiler missing, I think. Was it this one here, this side? Let me have a quick look here. Oh, no. Hey, look at this, Yoda. All spoilers are out, right? Yeah, I don't see a spoiler missing. Right wing? What, where? Okay. Spoiler 8? Hold on. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Here we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Inboard. Huh? What are you... Oh, yeah, you're right. This one here. You're right. That's a good simulation. I mean, that is pretty in-depth, I mean, I have to say. And also, I loved how I mean, I didn't like it really, but I mean, the simulation was cool, how the displays flickered after landing. Although, Yoda, do you have an explanation?
Good night.
Voyager, mach's gut, schönen Sonntag. Nochmal vielen Dank, Voyager. Do you guys know, oh, Yoda, do you know why the displays only flickered after we landed? Yeah, you're right, Jacob. Yeah, you're right. It did say there was a message there. Yeah, you are correct. Yeah, it did say spoilers after touchdown. Yeah, you are correct. So let's see. Any other views we have? What about spotter view here? Come on. There we go. Oh, you're not rated on the 777. Roger that. I'm just wondering if something switches over after landing. Oh, that's a nice view. Look at that. I mean, it could have flared a bit longer even. So, but nice. I'm happy with that. Cool. All right, guys. I don't want to waste any more of your time. So. Big thank you again, once again. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching, for interacting, for asking questions, and thank you so much for the awesome support. Lots of resubs coming in and the gifted subs. Thank you so much, everyone. Much appreciated. I wish you all a happy Sunday. I will be back, so I can say so Wednesday for sure, and then I think Monday as well. So Monday and Wednesday next week. Thank you much, Henry. Same to you. Right, guys, my dear moderators, as always, thank you so much for looking over the chat, for keeping everything nice and civil here. And Schwemmi,
good night.
MAN, mach's dir auch. Alles Gute. Dir wünsche ich auch ein schönes Wochenende, schönen Sonntag. Enzo, thank you so much. Bruno, thanks for all the inputs as well. Thank you so much. Yoda, same to you. Thank you so much for all the inputs. Flight Pro 777, see you around as well. Thank you so much. Really enjoyed that. Big shout out again to the controllers here. Good job. Awesome job here. That was a lot of work today, but that was very enjoyable. Thank you so much, everyone. Good night. Take care. Here's the outro. Oh, actually, hang on. Shall we? I'm going to play the intro again, okay? Because it had videos from Cape Town, real world videos. So I guess not many people saw that. So we're not restarting the stream. Hey, Mark, we're not restarting the stream. I'm just showing you the. Because it also, of course, I did put a lot of work into it. That's why. But no, it has some real world footage in there. 5 minutes, that's all it takes. Good night.
Stand up road 3416, good morning, squawking 5230, 7,000 feet to flight level 170.
Saturday 416, good morning to you, radar contact. I'm flight level 170, report reach.
Climbing to flight level 170, estimating 150 miles out at 0433. Victor Sierra Lima 0455, Saturday 416.
Saturday 416, that's
on the descent, go straight base at 0947.
Skyport takeoff runway 11, Turkish 609.
Turn approach 3416.